Shalom. I hope all is well with everyone. Haven't been here for, I guess, or haven't done my own live just chatting for the last week or so. I think I'm getting over a long cold, or maybe it's COVID, which is going around. But hopefully I will do better or start feeling better. I had some few thoughts about Kanye, actually. I know that's maybe old news. Kanye and Irving, the basketball player, which I wanted to discuss. Oh, let me put on the link as well. Excuse me for a moment. If people want to join, they of course are welcome to. Okay, chat. And all right. People could also join in if they'd like. Of course, once again, thank you for Jacob for graciously accommodating me, accommodating all of us to allow us to use the space. You'll excuse me if I need a cough. So, specifically with regards to the Kanye controversy, brouhaha, going live just when I have to go to work. Sorry, man. We're living, Israel, the States, different time zones. But I'll be here for a while. So if you're slacking off at work, or if your work does not require you to pay 100% of attention, then perhaps you could still listen in. Yeah, it was planned. Exactly, sir. I was waiting. So Kanye. And this has to do, some of these thoughts are following a conversation I overheard with a rabbi friend of mine having with some Black Israelites. But generally speaking, I think we have to look at it differently. Kyrie Irving, he came out with this 3-hour documentary. He posted it, and he got a tremendous amount of hate from the Jewish community. Well, not hate, but he got a lot of criticism from the Jewish community. You must apologize. You have to go, to Yad Vashem. He had to speak with the head of the ADL. And I'm putting him in a separate category than Kanye. But if we all take a step back and say for a second, 1 minute, Kyrie Irving, and I am aware that he also is a flat earther, but instead of us finding out that he's doing lines of cocaine, and instead of us finding out that he's just, bumming out or part of, let's say, what we know as, the athlete's culture, hedonistic culture, here we have someone that is sharing a post about his potential religious backgrounds and his beliefs. So I think, number one, that's something that should be celebrated. Way to go for upping the bar and dealing with things that are more meaningful, even if we find them upsetting. Just it's not your regular, he's driving fancy cars. That's number one. Number two, from a historical point of view, he was asked, he didn't want to. People said he's anti-Semitic, and he said, "I can't be anti-Semitic if I know who I am." That's a very deep statement, because I believe he sees himself coming from the Igbo tribe originally, which has its roots. I think there's a large a large minority of African American or Blacks in America. They are descendants of slaves that, if you follow through, some of them are potentially linked to through the slave trades, to connected to the lost tribes. And I believe the Igbo tribe is recognized in Israel, in the government of Israel, as Zera Israel, the seed of Israel. So it is not crazy at all for him to say a comment like that. And I would think the Jewish community would come and say, while the 3-hour documentary you showed has issues in it, and for example, statements like Black Israelites replacing the Jews are problematic, and obviously, the Jewish community is not necessarily going to go, say yay to that. However, of course, if you'd like to discuss and see how we could find our connected roots, why would we not want to do that? There is so much more that could have been such a productive conversation and a healing conversation, and instead it was like he needs to apologize. And I'm not. Yes, I understand that the video might have been hurtful, but I think the way we treated him, and I say we as in the Jewish community, potentially was not the right move. Secondly, say yay to that. Okay. Thank you, CW. With regards to Ye, so here it's a little more complicated because many of his statements are quite intense. However, some of that is due to his own mental illness, which I wish him a speedy recovery. But even there, so he comes out and says, no one wants to talk about the Jews that run Hollywood and the Jews that run the music industry. So as a Jew, I could say that perhaps we should talk about that. Perhaps we should be discussing that there is a large minority or potentially a majority of prominent Jews in Hollywood and prominent Jews in the music industry. And they are potentially, like Yi was claiming, they are perpetuating this dangerous and unhealthy lifestyle with, the rapper music and all it entails. And I would say that those are Jewish individuals, yet they are not adhering to the ways of the spiritual Torah requirements and Jewish requirements. As in, there's no rabbis that are telling these executives aren't going to rabbis to seek their approval. They might go to synagogue, however, I doubt it. So I don't think it's a problem for the Jewish community to come on and say, yes, we are against, as far as Jewish values going, and maybe it would be the Orthodox community coming out and saying, we are against the fact that musicians and athletes are being abused or being taken advantage of. These are not Torah values. And, we could stand side by side by Kanye and say, we're with you. We oppose these characters and we think they're horrible. Obviously, he needs to be educated when saying, I'm going DEFCON 3 on the Jews or DEFCON 5 on the Jews, that you're going DEFCON 5 on Jewish individuals that don't represent Judaism. So here too, I think the conversation could have been, instead of us just immediately jumping back and saying, whoa, saying anything about Jews being a cabal or the elders of Zion, like we don't want to hear anything about it, we're shutting down the conversation immediately. I think that's also sort of, and perhaps a warranted one, but like a knee-jerk reaction to Holocaust and never again. But yeah, Jews today are not the Jews they were 70 years ago. And we don't have to necessarily be in that defensive mode all the time. However, we could be, I don't want to say like an offensive mode, but just like I believe that Judaism should be at this time starting to rethink its role in the world and its message to the world, it should be able to respond to anti-Semitism or ignorant anti-Semitism with love and education, and not necessarily hate and cancellation. So I hope that makes sense. I just wanted to share those few thoughts because it was sitting in the back of my head, and I know people were talking about it a little. So those were my few thoughts. There's also there's a saying in Likutei Moharan, which is more on the mystical side of the Torah, but I don't know what the exact translation would be in Hebrew, in English, but it's something like you should know that that even if you identify like a fully wicked person, evil person, you should still attempt and find some good in him. And by identifying some of that good, you could elevate him to a place where he's no longer fully evil. And from that place, you could assist him into repentance and redemption. And I feel that's a deep saying that we should really strive to, when we hear the other, to try and identify first. And you see this coming up in what's the phrase, steel manning. So I think that's a very good practice. And in steel manning, you are doing your best to try and identify, or at least show that you're trying to identify and understand the position the other is coming from. And by doing that, and by putting yourself in one's shoes, you could really try to identify better and see yourself as the other. And that is very, very productive. But I think that, as I quoted, that also potentially you could potentially consider that also when dealing with someone that is more problematic, not just a friendly sparring partner, but someone that is acting in an egregious way, or maybe even someone that we see as evil. But can we identify where there's goodness there? Obviously, that's a complicated topic. In fact, Manuel and I were supposed to have a discussion about evil, and hopefully we'll have that discussion sometime next week. I think it'll be sort of a closed discussion for around like 30 minutes to 40 minutes, and then we'll open it up to the public, as they say. At any point, if people would like to join, they can, of course. I also started writing some notes, which is, it was sort of a spin-off of the conversation I was having with Manuel and Mark, but perhaps I'll have this conversation with Mark with regards to the potential value in postmodernism, which I know people's ears are on fire just by saying that. And it requires breaking down to like harsh postmodernism and soft postmodernism, but it also relates to the evil question. But I think I'm going to try to have a conversation about that as well. I'm not sure when that's going to happen now, but I do want to have that conversation. also, actually, if I'm already doing some self promotion, and this is also, we're just thinking about this, but perhaps to have our own mini series on Exodus, paying homage to and relating to uh, the Jordan Peterson uh, Exodus series that came out, but from a potentially more orthodox perspective. I'm aware that Dennis Prager is there, and while Dennis Prager does express some of the mainstream Jewish interpretations and thought, it is still quite different from. I don't know why I use mainstream. I guess it's not mainstream. It is quite different from the mainstream. It is more, also his view is more political. Um, Again, he is a serious character, and he has studied seriously as well. But I believe that he is just scratching the surface, and in those conversations, there could be more room for, I would say, a Jewish perspective. And I only bring that up because presumably he's invited to uh, act as a Jewish perspective. So I think they could have done potentially a better job. Almond Tree, isn't that Jason? Right? I think so. I think that's Jason with his cool Newsies hat. I like that hat. I actually think I have similar glasses as Jason right now. Yeah, I want to do that with Yosef as well, and obviously anyone who'd like. I think that could be interesting. Yeah, there's a lot there. Yep, it is. Score. I could be wrong, but maybe they were talking a little about the whole crazy story when Moses goes back to Egypt. And one second, Grimm has something to say. I got to take a look. I'm interested in the application of Exodus 22, 22, 23 for the purposes of getting some better treatment for my people by wooing Jewish women. Man, he's a good guy. I loved your talk, by the way, Grimm, with John Vervaeke. I recommend everyone watch that. I think he did a fantastic job. I was a little surprised when you asked him about him experiencing these states of pure consciousness, I think. And he sort of was, yeah, I was there, and it seemed like maybe I misunderstood him, but dismissive of like saying that there could be something there, or not something there, but sort of it not coming from a divine place at all. And I was sort of taken back because, like, well, you're saying you had all these experiences, but I mean, that's the guy's experience. So when Moses comes back to Egypt, and then there's like this nut story, this angel of God comes and attacks him, and then his wife has to cut the foreskin of his son, and she throws it in front of him, and then he sort of, and then like they jump from that scene and then go back into Egypt, and like, where is this story coming from? Just so like really off the bat on one foot, again, some of this could be part of Moses' own. If you want to interpret it potentially as like what happened with Jacob as potentially happening within Moses himself, and you could see Moses going back to Jethro and to his wife. He's like, okay, I just had this experience with the burning bush. They identified me as the Egyptian, and that's also when they see Moses by the well. When Jethro's daughters see Moses by the well, they go to Jethro and they say, an Egyptian man helped us. So that's how he's recognized. And now, aside from needing to go back, he has to explain to his wife and father-in-law that I got to go back and like really impart the Jewish people. So you could see that that section is potentially demonstrating what Moses is going through, the guilty feelings he has. Before I'm even going to go rescue these Jews that I see as my brothers, like my own son is not even circumcised yet. How does that relate to me and my own religiosity and my connection to God? If my son himself, before I even take on this journey, is not even within this so-called covenant. So I think it could potentially again be the Torah indicating to us, or a sneak peek into what's going on in Moses' mind. Wait a minute, you're saying Moses was the apostle Saul of the Egyptian road to Damascus. I think I know what you're talking about, but I'm not exactly sure. I'm less well versed than Jacob is with the New Testament. Father Eric.
Hello.
Live stream. Hello, sir. How are you?
Life is good. The weather outside is absolutely horrible.
Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that, because here it's fantastic.
Yeah. It's driving snow from the north over to the church because I didn't want to bother with driving, and it was maybe 2 blocks, and I was absolutely like a powdered donut by the time I got up here. So
living in Israel, I've had, I think, maybe 6 or 7 snow experiences, so it's a lot more rare. Fortunately, my sons got to have like last year and the year before, it was they had some snow, but it's it's a very small amount. But the whole because the infrastructure is not built for it,
it shuts the place down.
A gust of snow, everything shuts down. Like there have to be elections again. There's no battles. Like there's no terror on the street. It's like everyone decides, like if it's snowing, it all has to stop. So it is interesting.
Very good, very good. Yeah, my boss took a picture of me, and I'm supposed to have it in my email here pretty soon, but I don't see it. But I'll show you the picture if it comes.
You're all white. It's very, it's beautiful.
Yeah. I mean, not my face. My face melted the snow with the warmth of God's love or something. But yeah. So anyway, I have no idea what you're talking about right now. But
I was having
everything's canceled, so I'm free this afternoon.
I see. Very nice. I was actually having I was mentioning that I wanted to have Yosef and I were thinking of having our own little version of the Exodus series. And we're not sure if it's going to be commentary on the Jordan Peterson series or just our own little thing. But we thought that could be interesting, coming from a little more mainstream Jewish perspective, which I was mentioning that I don't think Dennis Prager is doing justice to. However, I am grateful that he's there. I'm grateful that all of them are there. I think it's fantastic that they're doing it. Earlier, though, and I would like to know what you think about this. I was talking a little about Kanye and Kyrie Irving, and I was of the opinion that I thought that the Jewish community, and I guess then the community in large, went about it the wrong way with how they were dealing with them. I ended with this, but I'll start with saying that in Judaism, there is we are taught that even if you identify an evil person, like a truly evil, a fully evil person, it says you should still try to identify some good in him, and if you manage to identify some good in him, then you could actually elevate him to that place where he's warranting of that attention from you. And if you could get to him to that place, then you could actually potentially assist him in repenting and finding redemption. And I was wondering, how often do we actually try to practice that when we see someone spewing which seems like very hateful stuff, but try and see it in a fuller context. Well, I guess, that would be turn the other cheek, but not fully. I mean, I'm not saying you should just get like smacked, but I am saying that you should still try to engage.
Right, right. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense to me. You don't want to have a one strike policy for civic engagement.
Well, what's considered like, again, when people say beyond the pale.
Yeah.
So first, I was mentioning that with the Kyrie Irving story, that it would be nice if people took a step back and said, before we even talk about like whether this documentary that he posted about is good or bad, he's not snorting cocaine. He hasn't have 7 baby mamas. He isn't driving his cars away. You're telling me this guy wants to think deeper about his religion and his connection to his past? Like, way to go. Like, as a society, we should all be happy for that. I think that would have like lowered the flames off the bat. Then there would be a conversation with, as a Jewish community, hey, Kyrie Irving, there's the whole Dan tribe, which is all Ethiopian. And there's the Menashe tribe, which we identify with potential like Native Americans that have been recognized in Israel. And the Igbo tribe that you say you're a descendant of in the Israeli government is already recognized as the seed of Israel. So before the ADL goes and asks them to apologize, maybe the attitude is, you might be a Semite, and that's awesome. Maybe we should have a conversation of where some of the things you're talking about are incorrect, and maybe other things that you're discussing are can be embraced.
Yeah.
And a conversation like that, I think, would have been a lot more educational, which is just, no, shut it down, end this right now. I think this also just relates to Israel's position in general. And I was mentioning that while warranted due to our history, where there's like this sort of knee-jerk reaction of anyone talking about the Jews as like a cabal or things like that, like we're pumping the brakes right away. We're like a mini superpower. We don't have to pump the brakes immediately. We don't have to be as scared anymore. We could engage these things with more love and understanding right now, and say like, well, and this goes both from how we engage. Well, I think part of it is, and again, you could tell me what you think about this. Part of this relates to, I think, post like 67 or whatever, 48. I think on the world stage, this became like sort of like a theological anomaly, which is we're like a walking history book. Like, why are you guys back in a certain sense? And I think if it's only going to be infuriating and disappointing if we don't come back with some sort of message or don't have anything to say. And I think the Jewish people had nothing to say for the longest time because they weren't even thinking about what we're going to eat tomorrow. They were thinking about like what we're going to eat today. And that mindset had to be the mindset. And there's ramifications to that, to how we developed our religious codex as well. However, it's been 70 plus years. It's potentially one of the longest reigning government/monarchies Israel's ever had in its history. Militarily, we are definitely the strongest in the region, and I think like number 8 in the world or something like that. So instead of telling the world that, like, guess what, like the disc on key and the cherry tomato were invented in Israel, we should be talking about much more universal messages, which some of those things happen on this channel.
So part of the issue is that who is the authority who has the right to speak into these things? Because it's like I hear you and Jacob and Joseph talk amongst yourselves, and you guys joke about like, oh yeah, we argue about everything. It's like who would have the authority in the world, let's say, to say, well, this anti-Semitism is beyond the pale, and therefore we cannot have it. But this guy, we can. And if you don't have somebody who, even if they're not, let's say, perfect about it, has the recognized authority to settle these things, then how do you settle them? So that's why you guys need to elect a Jewish pope. It's
Right.
the only option,
It's the only option.
right? You
Um,
get 70 elders and they all get together and they can wear red. You can call them cardinals. And then they can elect
Let me
Jewish
just
pope.
write this down 1 second. Um, so again, from if I was living, 1,000 years ago or 200 years ago, even, and you told me, I'll give you a little sneak peek of the future, and I see something called the Knesset that relates to the Knesset Israel, like their historical council of Israel, and it has 120 members, and the symbol is a massive menorah that resembles the menorah that which is in like Titus's arch in Rome. So I would be like, what do this is it. It's happy days. This is what it looks like. This is like incredible.
Mm-hmm.
Living in it right now, I would say that's not the case. Clearly, that those people that were elected democratically do not represent necessarily the Judaism that I'm interested in. But having said that, I'm very appreciative of where we are. And this is also a discussion that Jacob and I get into, which relates to Zionism, and he calls me like a rabid Zionist. There's a difference between the political movement and I would say the religious aspirations and movement. So I have no problem saying like poo-poo on, the government from like a political point. Like it's definitely not there. It's not the redemption. So, I see these all as, birthing pains of redemption. So there's definitely issues with Zionism. And so I don't know if like I'm a not Zionist or, even the word post-Zionist is like a problematic term, but I'm just happy to be here. How does that sound? Yeah. But with regarding to who is that authority, there have been some religious authorities that were there was a consensus around them, or at least there wasn't a consensus even with the European Jews and the Sephardic Jews, but the dawn of the Titans has come and gone. They've passed away. There's a lot of bifurcation within the different sects, whether it's ultra Orthodox or Orthodox, and even in those sects it gets split up. So there is a lack of leadership. I think this also relates to like the meaning crisis. I think it has to do part of us in general, not, and us, I mean, as a society, not investing into leadership roles. An example would be even in a school, like you're in college and you're teaching physics, or you're teaching whatever you're teaching, and you identify a great student. Is anyone going to that student saying, hey, Jerry, don't leave, teach? Like, that's what you need to do. Like, and I'm going to cultivate that in you, and I'm going to teach you how to be the next teacher. The fathers in Judaism, Avram, Yitzchak, and Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob are known as the fathers, the patriarchs.
Okay.
Right. And there are other people that are known as patriarchs or fathers within the Talmud. But to get that status, it's do you know how to pass wisdom on? Mm-hmm. Do you fully understand the wisdom that was given to you, and can you apply it to the next generation properly? Then you could get that name. And which, by the way, just a little side point, Abraham has like this fantastic story, and Jacob has this fantastical story, and Isaac is, he's just sort of like a quiet man. But in Judaism, we're taught that Abraham is the mountain, and Isaac is the field, and Jacob is the house. But the field is there. It's not so interesting, but it's there to maintain. It's there to keep things steady. And like that might not be so fun, but that it's very much needed to pass on wisdom. So I don't think anyone's doing that anymore. And and a lot of these, even in the rabbinate, when they teach you for these exams, so you're just studying a tremendous amount of rules but no one's telling you like, okay, now from a psychological perspective, these would be the tools you use when dealing with X, or
Mhm.
now when you're dealing with your community, uh, you need to do Y. I once had this dream of, getting someone to give me like $100 million, not serious amount of money, and have a school which it'd be like something like a 10-year school. You would get a 10-year program. You would get paid to go, like a nice salary where you could focus on this. And aside from being like a rabbi, you would do studies in sociology, psychology, history to give you like a really well-rounded education. And then you would be sent out to specific, you would then have a focused study with regards to the community you're working with. So if you're working in Jerusalem, it would be, these are the populations, these are the demographics, this is how they deal, this is how they handled XYZ. And then the rabbi in Tel Aviv might be handling his community different than the rabbi in Jerusalem, but all of them are still coming from the same point. And while I think some of that exists, I don't think it's distributed that way necessarily. And yeah, so there is a lack of leadership, and there's a massive lack of education. However, I use her as an example often, but my mom, who's a pious woman, who I would say she was definitely more on the fundamentalist side growing up. Well, I don't know fundamentalist, but fairly extreme.
Mhm.
And over the years, I think she has. I don't think she's changed her tune. I just think that the Bible is endlessly vast and endlessly deep. And
Mhm.
as we mature as a society, both spiritually and mentally, I think we start realizing, we start digging and exposing truer layers, or we have suddenly better understanding of what was being required of us. I understand that's a slippery slope of bringing in your own interpretation, but
Mhm.
I mean, she's very open to, let's say, my involvement in this little corner of the internet, this kind of conversation, where I tell her now very openly that, uh, I think a better school of thought would be, and I hope you don't take no offense to this, but from my perspective, seeing Jesus as a prophet, seeing Muhammad as a prophet, but at least elevating them in the Jewish collective as these are real figures. There are divine sparks within in these other religions, and I see her response was, we didn't, Chezi, no one ever taught us this, and we didn't know this, but she was open to it, which I thought was very beautiful.
Mhm.
And she was texting me some, like, the study group she's having with her friends, and she's going to be learning this book that came out 20 years ago by Lord Rabbi Jonathan Sachs, who passed away unfortunately. But so I said, listen, you're 20 years late, quote unquote, but better late than never. So, like, the
Mhm.
fact that you're picking up right now and you and your friend are doing this as your study group, I think that's fantastic. And it's not that I think going back to the 1,000-year-old sage that gave commentary on the Bible is pointless. Like, there's still a wealth of knowledge to learn there, but there is what to learn from these new perspectives.
Mhm.
So I think it's a slow process of education, and but you also see it, and I mentioned it here in the past. You also see this also in the Vatican in '67 coming out saying that they could see uh, the Jewish people as the older brother potentially, and then in 2015 coming out and saying that, which is also just like nuts, saying that Jews don't necessarily need to find salvation through Christ, but they could find salvation through the Torah. So there's also major ramifications to that. Like, if the church is saying that, that also changes the Jewish relationship with the church for the better. So I think all these are things that show that the ground is shifting and changing, and this little corner is indicative of that. That this kind of conversation is happening. Uh, Having said that, maybe I'm wrong. I mean, I know about this story that I don't think I think this is fairly public knowledge, but, like, that Sam was kicked out of his church, or uh, So, that doesn't really happen in Judaism. I mean, it's very far and few between, or like very
Spinoza, right?
what?
Spinoza.
Right, Spinoza. But even Spinoza, by the way, they did that when like the head rabbi was like out of town, and they did some sort of like move to get him out. So yeah, Spinoza. That happened with Spinoza. But so I don't know. I don't even know how Paul is seen really within. Let's say I would ask you, like in your community, is your involvement in this little corner? Is that they're like, well, he's having fun. What are you doing? Or this is like all good. There's no issue with this at all.
Hardly anybody at my church knows that I do this.
I keep it on the DL.
No, and I'm not ashamed of it. If the bishop came in and wanted to have a conversation, I'd just say I find these questions fascinating, and I think there should be a Catholic presence there. And hey, here I am. So it's not like a secret or anything, but most of the people at our parish just aren't asking these questions and aren't having these conversations. They're busy with their kids. We have a big young congregation, and they're trying to get shoes on feet and get them all to church on time. So it's and I'm sure you have a little bit of you've got children, right? Or at least one?
Yeah, two boys and a girl.
2 boys and a girl, right? So you know kind of that and how much time and effort that takes up.
Yeah. It takes some time.
Yeah, so it's it's not like this is a highlight. I mean, and I think Pastor Paul would put a lot more hours in his week into what he's doing than my involvement here. It's like I've got a snow day, so I can hop on for the live stream for a bit.
When you were that though, if you don't mind, just
Sure.
expanding a little more. So, like you're saying, I have a snow day, right? And you, arguably, you're a busy man doing God's work, literally. And here comes your day off, and the way you want to spend it is like on this channel right now. I'm not saying you're spending the whole day over here, but you're spending this on this channel, talking currently right now to the Jewish person, which I don't think there's like, trying to evangelize me right now. There's just like this conversation happening. And I'm also thinking like, what do you think of that you're spending your time doing this? And secondly, you mentioned that like, in your community there, 1 second, I don't think we need I think Jacob could just come in, or do I need to add you, or can you just come in whenever you want, Jacob?
I can, but I usually let people who are leading discussions add me when they want, as opposed to.
Yeah. Well, before I go on speaking to Father Eric, I want to just say I'm glad you're here, and I hope you're having a great day. So, Father Eric, what you're saying, your community, they don't know what you're doing. And if the Pope came, and not the Pope, and if like, if someone asked you what you were doing, you would give your explanation. But I would say, do you think that the conversations that are happening in this corner, and you could say like, it's not necessary for parents and like they're dealing with their own stuff, but would you like this conversation? Is this like what you would like your community to develop too? Like having these kind of conversations? Do you find it fascinating because you feel like, are you learning things from here? Do you feel like this has at all changed your perspective in certain ways? And if so, by doing so, does that make its way then ipso facto to your community?
It certainly does. It certainly does. All right. Multiple. You asked like 3 questions, and
yeah. Take your time.
So does this make my way into my people? Kind of in an indirect way. I feel like when I'm preaching, I'm a little nicer to the Pharisees nowadays. It's like, there was a lot of debate at those times. We're just getting the simplified version here. And, these Pharisees here were probably being too strict. The little country synagogue, and the guy's got a chip on his shoulder, and he wants to look good in Jerusalem. So he's being real harsh on this. And Jesus is straightening him out, which is as nice as I can get while still being faithful to my own tradition. So there is some of that. I don't think the sort of things that we talk about here are necessarily for everyone. right? And I think if I had, let's say, found this place 10 years ago, either it wouldn't have interested me or I just would have argued all the time, right? It would have been one of those two things. And 22, I had finished half of my seminary, and I knew a few things, but I still needed some more time in the oven there before I was ready to be served to the community. So this, I don't think, is necessarily the sort of deep conversations here. I think I was able to enter into it in a better way because I had completed seminary and got it started on ministry before I hopped into the conversation, right? And reminds me of something Dr. Peterson said in one of his lectures. Is he talks about how, like, in those early 20s, you have to become something, right? Like, you've got to get shaped into something useful to the world. You got to become somebody. And then when you get a little bit older and you've gone through that narrowing process, you can have like a second childhood where you go out and explore and things can be new again. And I don't think this is a really good space to be shaped into somebody. It's like you got to have people who are somebody's already before they come here, because otherwise they're just getting like 1,000 stinking opinions just coming at them, and it's like, well, what is it? What where are the answers? Whereas going through seminary, it was just like, yeah, these are the answers, and it's like, okay, I'm going to learn it, and it's not like it was, presented in an unserious way, but yeah. So anyway, if you don't have a good foundation, I don't know if these kinds of conversations are really all that helpful. That's my thought. I promised pictures, and there it is. This was me after I had walked over probably about the space of 2 blocks. So yeah, Jacob, enjoy your California weather there.
He says it's allegedly snow, but we don't know. First of all, thank you for sharing. I think I see what you mean by saying that. In the Discord server, whether it's in Jacob's Ladder or in Bridges of Meaning, I think there's so much going on, and people talk about on-ramping, but I could assume if someone gets on-ramped and, like you said, doesn't have a good foundation, you could really be thrown into a loop over there. And It's not like people go back. I mean, sometimes conversations continue. Sometimes they never end. Sometimes they end abruptly. But I could see how this could be very, very scary, even. And like if someone is not prepared. I see that Chad has the on-ramp solution for us. So Chad, obviously, please, if you have the answers, let us know. But Jacob, what do you think about that? Looking at your Discord server, and we don't have to get into any names, but there are conversations that just get like, you could see people are just, first of all, maybe I guess people are much younger, and maybe the demographic is younger, but it seems like people have endless amount of time to just be like typing up like full books of answers. But it does seem like in a certain way, it's just like a Pandora's box. So it's just like open and like it's just being fed information.
So Father Eric said something I think is very interesting, which is this conversation is not a good conversation for you to be involved in if you are if you're just being bombarded with a lot of different opinions. At the same time, I think there's a lot of people who are lurkers, are watching these conversations, and sometimes do stick their toe into the conversation.
You're all welcome.
they don't have the formation that in fact I think any of us already have, right? So Father Eric, I mean, he comes from a very well-formed Catholic background. You obviously come from a very well-formed Jewish background. I would like to think that by now I have some formation in my thinking. And what the 60s and 70s did was um, convince a lot of parents not to actually teach their kids, give their kids a real identity. And especially, I think, in the 90s and then 2000s, you get a lot of people who don't have that type of formation looking kind of for like a smorgasbord of actually formed and reasonable ideas. And I think that's why there's a lot of people who watch these types of things. They want to hear Father Eric talk to me or you and to defend Catholicism in a reasonable and intelligent way. And I think that's what's important about having people, you know, a bunch of the people on my server are especially people who come from a Jewish background, but were never formed strongly in their Judaism. And so want to hear an intelligent and informed response to what's going on in our lives today. And similarly, I mean, honestly, not to rag on the Pope or anything, but I think a lot of the Catholic hierarchy hasn't done what Father Eric does, which is seriously. Well, I mean, Bishop Barron does it even better, but like seriously defend the Catholic Church, not in a kumbaya way, which, you know, the kumbaya stuff is nice, but it's not serious. It's not real. It's not engagement, right? I want Father Eric to say to me, this is a relic of the true cross. And I believe that because this is my church and this is my faith, and there's a reason why I believe these things, right? I want to see that. And like if I were talking to a Catholic priest who was like, well, it might be, it might not be, it's like, you know, what kind of priest are you? This is what gets me mad about, for example, David Wolpe talking about, yeah, the Exodus didn't really happen. It's like, then don't be a rabbi. What are you doing standing on a pulpit talking about the Exodus didn't happen?
I want to respond to that, but first, before I respond to that, Chad.
Yo.
Welcome. Good morning. I hope you have safe travels today.
Good afternoon.
Would you like to share some thoughts before I respond to Jacob?
I don't think so. Maybe just along the lines of, I got the on-ramp solution, and it's in the form of Jeopardy, and I need people to fill out the answers. We're getting closer. But
who are going to be, Chad? I'm interested. Who are our contestants for TLC Jeopardy?
I don't know yet. I've not thought that far. I want to get the game boards complete. I think Vander Clay could probably host it. He could be our Alex Trebek. And
you're gonna shave the beard and just keep the mustache? I I actually liked what you said, Chad, and I want to circle back to that in a moment about people. What do you say? It should be scary. I want to get back to that in a moment about it should be scary. It should be scary. But Jacob, with regard to what you just said about Rabbi Wolpe, who you love, I wanted to just say, and this is something I spoke about in my randos conversation with Paul, that, and this could also be in this corner of the internet. Maybe it should, maybe it shouldn't be discussed, but I think, and this relates to the scary, I think there could be a place where one person could have a discussion about their historical understanding of the Exodus. And while putting that in context, like you could be a rabbi and have your understanding of biblical criticism while still understanding the need and importance of the story of the Exodus. However, I could understand how doing both of those is you're walking on a he's nodding his head. He's hating it already.
There's a time and place for everything, Chezi. There's a time and a place. There's a time and a place for everything.
So good. Thank you.
This was his Passover sermon from the pulpit.
Okay, so 1 second. Granted, that's not okay. So that would not be the place to have it, nor would be the place to have it in kindergarten. However, this relates sort of to the scary. So, and Father Eric, you could weigh into this as well, obviously. Do you feel that it's okay? Like you said, someone should come in here with a foundation. Now, is it okay that even if you come in here with a foundation, you should be expecting to have some holy cows being slaughtered, basically, because you're going to hear some things that are out there that there might not necessarily be true or untrue, but just these are things that are in the ether that are, let's say, we take them more seriously than conspiracy theories. But is this a place where people can get scared? And is it okay? And is it healthy in a certain way for people to get sort of shocked in that way?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, frankly, I will say this is that both Jacob and Sam Adams have changed my approach to the New Testament, not in a foundational, earth-shattering way, but I would hope, polishing it, taking off some of the rust and forcing me to engage with, that's what the Greek really does say. And boy, that's a perspective I hadn't ever considered before, and it's a little bit frightening. So there's definitely a winnowing that's going to happen if you come out into these conversations. And I think the brilliant thing is that it can happen. It can happen without people putting daggers in there as well.
Don't you feel though you are now you're a lot more well-versed, or your skin is hardened? You can use any analogy you want.
I think I'm a better Catholic now.
Exactly.
Right. And it's because it's forcing me to face the New Testament in a way that I hadn't yet. And it was, it was fine that I had my 4 years of theology studies in seminary where I wasn't getting that, because I had to be taught something, and it was mostly the theology of Thomas Aquinas, which is great. And Thomas Aquinas is awesome. And he wasn't asking these sorts of questions, like he wasn't seriously going to, first off, he wasn't even looking at the Greek of the New Testament. He was looking at Latin. So just the way they were doing theology in those days. So yeah, you're not really engaging with the conversation if you don't feel a gut punch every once in a while. And I'm just hoping people are hardy enough on their actual participation in the world to take those punches, basically. And if you're already like stumbling around all over the place, then I don't know if this is good for you.
Yeah, I think anytime you put in a foundation upon which to build the framing of the building that you're going to occupy. Yeah, you're going to break a few eggs to make omelets, sort of a thing. But also, yeah, why is it that you're afraid of criticism? Like if you think you're right, like if you think you've got some answers that are useful, then criticism shouldn't be a big deal to you, right? And to some extent, I mean, people are crying out for that. I mean, it's one of the things that Peterson does. He kind of slides it in there, like, who are you to criticize the world? Like, you can't even clean your room, right? Not that he says that, but that undercurrent is there. That's a criticism. That's a judgment. And it is that engagement with judgment that people to some extent crave. I mean, people on the Awakening server would come, Mark Emanuel are two mean people, and we're like, yeah, they come back though. Isn't that weird? If we're so mean, why are they coming back? And there's an answer to that.
So I would
They don't want to lose status.
I want to know about that though, because Jordan Peterson, I know out there's like, he's a mean, angry white man, but I think the phenomenon of Jordan Peterson, people are like, this guy, like, what is he saying? Like, it was resonating. I feel like on these Discord servers, someone could even be meaning well, but the way they're expressing themselves, people either see it as mean, or maybe the guy expressing himself is being mean. And I don't think he's being like maliciously mean. He's just being like, persnickety, but I don't know if that's necessarily the right way to engage. And that's different than earlier Chad was saying being scared. I don't think people should hold back on like you said, criticism, but it should really ultimately be coming from a place of love. And the question is that being said? And perhaps that is something that should be promoted more on these channels. Now, I know Jacob's attitude is, Jacob definitely created a structure by categories for different people, and he feels comfortable sort of booting people out. So there's definitely a structure that he's building over there. However, should there be an attitude where it says, like, and Jacob did this as well. He says before he gives someone a smackdown, he says, I love you, but blah, 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 blah. Now you can be like, why do I need to say that prerequisite? I think if everyone started with, I love you, that would allow a lot of that to go in. And it doesn't have to be like emojis that people are sending all the time, but there's something about potentially delivering the message in a space like this in a more welcoming way, I guess.
Okay, so the categorizations on Jacob's Ladder, right? You're at the very, very top, and one of the rules is Chezi and Rabbi Malot and Yosef. What do I say exactly there?
That they can give accurate advice on Jewish life and practice and doctrine, something like that.
Yeah, are knowledgeable religious Orthodox Jews able to give full answers regarding Jewish theology and practice? And then I let her say, being dismissive or disrespectful to the people above will not go well for you on this server. At the same time, I constantly call both you and Yosef heretics. And that's deliberate. Father Eric, similarly, is part of that category. Being dismissive or disrespectful to Father Eric is not going to go well for you on my server. At the same time, it's very, very clear. I'm not a Catholic, and I don't think the Catholic Church has things correct. And I think that being able to have discussions where we have context, where we have relationships, right? The respect for Father Eric is not at all, it's not at all backgrounded. It's foundational to the conversation that I want you to have. At the same time, I will say Father Eric is an idolater. And having that room is what I'm trying to do. Have that room for, yes, you're a Zionist, God have mercy on your soul. But I love you.
I told you, Father Eric. Chad,
I want to.
What's up?
what do you think?
Well,
I'm
I don't know,
looping
man.
you back into your Jeopardy conversation, hearing what they said over here. What do you, when you say like on ramping? I know there was like tongue in cheek, but like, how do you see, like, you're hearing what Jacob is saying over here? And like, first question: do you feel like that's actually what happens on the ground, or do you feel that the servers end up being more hostile than they should? Because ultimately, I think on the just chatting, specifically also because we see each other, that sort of dilutes, it reduces the level of the tensions, basically. But do you feel that is working on these Discord servers, like that the conversations are productive, or do you feel it's a lot of loop conversations? And
I don't know what the whole rigmarole around um, like the talk around. It sounds like somebody's perceiving that there's an aggression. I've never really seen it. When I first joined the Discord server, I made the folly of tagging everybody, and then in a post, and then I posted it, the same post in a bunch of different rooms, and then Lungfish was like, basically like, you're an idiot, and I don't know what the hell's wrong with you, and I was like, oh, okay, but like, and then also it wasn't difficult at all to get acquainted with how the thing runs, and I never really see things get out of hand. I think there's probably places for that. I think like the forum, it might be something like that. Once in a while in the past, there was some discussion around POS theology, and some people were getting upset about that. So they were kind of hung up on that for a while, and it was just annoying. But it wasn't like people felt threatened. I mean, crying out loud, it's a damn thing at people. And I really like what Father Eric said about if you're going to, honestly, if you're going to come into the place, it'd really be wise if you have your feet planted on the ground and you are action oriented in the life that you have. Because there are things, like when I encountered Jacob talking about his beliefs, it was shaky for me because I was like, oh, I've never heard that before. Son of a bitch is convincing. And wow, I felt the first pangs of potential deconstruction. But like, that was good for me. And so I don't know, man. Honestly, I don't know who's making these complaints. And the other thing is all of the talk around construction of of, uh, of systems uh, or anything like that. A lot of that should be done kind of behind closed doors because it's like, oh, I mean, we've seen this so many times. People say they're going to come in and they have great ideas, and then they start talking. I've done this too. Start talking about we're going to build things, and people just become disinterested because it's like, oh, this is just another scheme of some sort, and the suspicion is high, and that should be taken into account. And like it doesn't mean stop trying to build or anything like that. It just means there's a time and place for some of that stuff, and there's a place to be appropriate around some of that stuff. So, not to say we're hiding anything, because there's really nothing to hide. There's nothing to buy. There's nothing to sell. There's like, we're just people trying to have conversations. I told Father Eric some months ago, this is kind of like, they're just fishing trips where we go out together, we shoot the shit. I'm not worried that you're going to take my wife or like, steal my shit. It's like, we're just people trying to have conversations, wrestling with ideas, and we get off on the stimulation of ideas. So that's all I got to say about that. Go to my Jeopardy video, click the link, and put some answers and questions in my Jeopardy format so we get this damn game going.
Yeah, I think again, it's a much ado about nothing. Like people are complaining about problems that they've never seen and haven't happened, and they're afraid. And fair enough. Like that happened on the Vanderklay live stream. What was it last week, right? Last Friday, where the guy was saying, well, he's caught between I've seen mega church and I know it can go wrong, but also I've seen no church and I know you can't do anything, and I don't know what to do about that. It's like, yeah, I agree. Nobody knows what to do about that. That's a hard problem. But you can't land on one side or the other, right? But you can't pick one or the other, right? You have to try, and then if the bad thing manifests, let's wait for the bad thing to happen, like before we find it, because it's not there until it's there. Then we can address it, right? But just saying, oh, I don't know, the bad thing might happen, it's not gonna work. Like then you're gonna be paralyzed into inaction. And that's where we're at. We're paralyzed into inaction. Not everywhere, not all of us, but that's very much what's happening. This paralysis of what could go horribly wrong. And this is the same critique I have for Vervaeke and Peugeot and Peterson and Vanderklay is they're too afraid to become Hitler, so they're not willing to take the responsibility of leadership.
Well, that's still kind of the same argument there, right? Now, where is what are you referring to exactly?
What am I referring to? Well, you were saying like this corner's not selling anything. People are investing a tremendous amount of time on these things. Just like I was asking Father Eric, like it's your day off, it snowed, and you're here, right? You're not doing all the other things that one would be doing in theory. Right? You're not watching the World Cup. I understand that's going on right now. I don't really watch any sports, but I hope the team that does the best wins. But either way, so people are committing their time for this right now, and
Yes.
I see people engaging in conversations where I don't want to say like people are being mean, but it's just topics that people are just like shooting out like answers, dismissing people completely. Now it's okay because I do think some of it's happening within like a contained environment. However, I wonder like again how productive that is for like a lot of people I wonder how productive that is to a lot of people having these ideas just thrown out there, and there's no one sort of like to necessarily take them there to the other side, which is like I have an idea, it's out there, and then someone else throws like another idea, and when I look and I see how people are talking, I'm like, 1 second. So now you're a materialist. The next day you're a mystic. The next day you're using this to defend that, which is like those things, negate each other. Now some of that could be even beautiful, where you're saying there's different perspectives and they're like sort of getting mixed together. However, when also you're saying, Chad, that, we're not selling anything. So I go back to Father Eric, like, so what is it that you're looking to get over here? And if it's just like, I'm just looking for like a fascinating conversation, like I could be reading a book, but this is like better. I'm having this conversation right now. And arguably you could be saying, I'm looking for that. I'm looking for to know the other more, so I know myself more. And I know that looks to me like something that's worth selling, quote unquote.
I'm not saying I'm waiting for Father Eric to say stuff, but otherwise,
yeah. Mostly because I'm a giant nerd and I love theology, and I don't have a whole ton of people to talk about it with. But Mark will sit there and listen, and Chad will, and Jacob will tell me I'm wrong. So it's great. Lance made a decisive contribution to the conversation here, and I'd like to respond to that because he was kind of responding to me. So he gets my formation concern that it's good to have your feet set, but these waters are better than the current culture waters they're immersed in, and I won't dispute that at all. That coming into these kind of high-level conversations isn't necessarily going to be bad for people. But if I had my way, they would be with real human beings, not glowing images on the screen, building relationships and participating in their local communities and their local churches or even synagogues, rather than coming here first. So that's what I'll say to Mr. Lance, who is, as always, awesome. Thank you, Lance.
But that's the need for structure too, though, right? Like the need to give people ways to participate that they don't otherwise have. And yeah, you know, capturing people here is great and important because the people that are here to be captured are probably in the most trouble at some point. Like we're close to the most trouble, and it's easy to reach people from all around the world who are in a lot of trouble, and who are here looking for this sort of thing. Like there was a young guy came on the other day on the Awakening, and I think it was Awakening, it might have been BOM, and he was like, "Wow, you know, I don't know why I'm hanging out with these other people who can't answer my questions. You seem to have, you know, seem to be able to answer them." And I was talking to Manuel the other day, and he seemed to be able to answer them too, right? I'm like, "Yeah, well, none of these questions are actually all that hard, unless you don't have an ethical framework, in which case, you know," and he pointed me to this horrific, I didn't even know about this, but apparently years ago, like 2001, somebody made a contract with somebody else to kill and eat them. And like, that's a thing that happened. And I was just like, what? And the problem was he had a discussion about this with somebody and they said, well,
Was
yeah,
that in
it's contract,
Sweden?
so, you know, what can you do? It's ethical. I was like, no.
It's not. There you go. Fixed it.
Right. Well, and you know what though, Father Eric? He just really needed to hear that. Like he didn't need the complicated, like here's exactly why in, we'll say philosophical terms or in religious terms, this is ethical and here's the proof. He didn't need any of that, but he did need somebody to say, no, that's definitely not cool. And here's why it happened, imperialism, you know, 2-minute explanation. And he was like, oh, that totally makes sense. Thank you. I don't know why I'm going to these other people and talking to them when they can't tell me that that's wrong, but they can justify why it's not wrong. And I was like, well, yeah, you don't want to hang out with those people. Don't do that. They're not good.
They'll eat you. They will eat you. That's their problem. They will eat you.
The other thing is that there is a plethora of activities. Am I roboting or what?
No, you're doing all right. Go ahead, Chad.
There's a plethora of activities to take part in the real world. There really are. And it's a matter of like really going out there and seeking them out. The difference is I can come here and I get to kind of push the limits a little bit. And really, I mean, let's be honest. As genuine as we are trying to be.
Oh, Chad.
It might not be, and that's the thing that kind of keeps me here. That's like the mammon of this place, and so. But I would say, like, there's so much you can do out there. I don't care. Like, there's things that people can do in the real world. You know, you just gotta be willing to stretch yourself to do it. If you want to, if you don't want to, then don't.
Okay, Mark. I've been muting you when you're typing because you type very loud. So please mute yourself when you're typing.
All right. Okay.
But I am not selling anything in this space, but that's not to say I'm not selling anything. I don't want to live in clown world. And right now what I see is that I'm living in clown world. And what I want to see is a larger signal to noise ratio. I want to hear people speaking and saying important things. And that's why, for example, Garth, who rarely says anything, I don't know if he's posted on my Discord even ever, but he has one of the highest statuses on Jacob's Ladder. Because when he says something that's worth listening to. And part of the problem is that that are intellectuals, right, are not people who say important and needful things. There are a lot of people who have hot takes. There are a lot of people who are voicing opinions that are either malignant or otherwise problematic. And so I want people like Father Eric and you, Hazi, to be heard more. And that's what I'm selling here, is raising certain voices and lowering other voices. And that includes some level of laughing at stupid ideas and cutting them down and saying, no, that's not a good idea. That's not something we should listen to or talk about. And there's a client. I have to go.
Yeah, the filtering operation is really important. And when you're not filtering, you're creating more of the chaos that we have, because it's too easy for people to get out there and give bad advice, right? To tell people bad things like, oh, well, if it was a contract, then the cannibalism is fine because it was a contract, because in the material realm, of course it's fine if there's a contract, right? And we hunger for, with what I argue is the fall of the fourth estate, See Navigating Patterns, great video, right? We hunger for that filter because we've lost all of those filters. The government's corrupt, the fourth estate's corrupt, the media, right? The democratic system itself might be corrupt, at least according to some people. Like, there's a lot of corruption. Now, the corruption doesn't come from the systems. We can't be blaming the systems. That's not cool. But the corruption does come in the form of people. And we're busy not judging people and believing everyone's equal. And so we need those filters. Like, we need those filters. Those filters are required. And that's, you know, a service. And if Jacob's one of the ones offering that service, that's great. Thank you, Father Eric. I'm glad I didn't have to do it.
Yeah, I have a question. Do you think it's truly possible to separate like systems from the individuals who make them up?
One second, Ariel. First off, how are you?
Hey, how are you? I'm good.
You having a good day?
Yeah, more or less.
Now, please, your question again.
Oh yeah. I was just saying that. Like, do you think there's really a true separation that can be created between, you know, individuals and the institutions they make up?
Yeah, of course. Of course, that's how they get corrupt, right? You put corrupt individuals into a system, and the system is corrupt. And you take the corrupt individuals out, and the system isn't. But if you take all the individuals out, and there's no people, and I don't like the word individuals actually, but we'll run with it because it was your word, then the system doesn't happen. Because the thing that makes things happen in the world are persons with agency. And we give our agency to the system. That's how the system lives, actually, technically. And if you take your agency away, it doesn't live. Now, if your agency is pointed towards the good, the system will be more pointed towards the good. And if your agency is not pointed towards the good, then the system could be neutral, which is fine. Most systems are fine being neutral because they enable us to do things that otherwise we can't do. Or it could stray towards evil, right? And it's that simple. So, but we all are reliant on these things because systems are part of this whole thing that John Vervaeke talks about with distributed cognition. And I know it's not his original idea or anything, but like, it's important to know that it's an enablement to do things that you can't do otherwise.
Interesting.
Do you
I
mean
didn't think
like-
of it that way, but you're right.
Do you mean like you can take the boy out of America, but you can't take America out of the boy? Is that what you're asking?
Well, there is a separation in that a system enables something to be done that otherwise is probably impossible, but at least really hard to do without that system. Right?
And
It
a
allows
system
the
would be
level of
like
coordination.
anytime you've got three individuals cooperating towards the same goal. Like, these don't have to be big systems; they could be really little systems. But three people can like put up a house in a way that one person can't.
Right, and in a speed and with a quality level. And that quality may not be better because maybe the one guy is one of those 1%ers at house building and can build a house perfectly. But to do so costs a lot of time, energy, and attention. And maybe that's not even worth it. And this is where things get tricky. Like, what's efficient? Is it efficient to build many sloppy houses to get as many people in housing as possible? Or is it more efficient to build fewer houses but build them better so they last longer? I don't know. That depends on your end goal. Like, efficiency isn't a clear measure of anything. It's just a statement that you're holding to a measure.
So I wonder if this relates sort of, Father Eric, to something you and I were discussing about earlier on. We were saying, well, Chazi, how do you identify the people of authority that could be making sort of these decisions? We were talking about specifically about something in the Jewish community, but in general, this sort of relates to leadership because, there's identifying the proper leaders, right? Now, said proper leaders, in this case, John Vervaeke, Paul Vanderklay, Jordan Peterson, they're like you just said, they're like, whoa, we know systems. If we're put in place, we might get corrupt, right? So you've done your navigating of said patterns, and someone's like, hey, I'm looking through the kaleidoscope and I see it. Like, I'm seeing that pattern now, okay? How do you identify the leader? And then how is the leader safeguarded? Or is it inevitable? Like, thinking of, this goes all the way back to Jethro and Moses, right? Jethro goes to Moses and says, like, you can't handle being the judge jury for all of the Israelites. Now, I was always taken back as a child. I'm like, what are you talking about? I can't handle it. I'm flipping Moses, right? I'm talking about I can handle everything, baby, right? And now he tells him, Navol Tibol, you're going to welt. You're not going to be. I'm saying those tablets were big. He says you're going to welt, and I thought about it. Not that Moses himself is going to welt, but what you're trying to build and represent won't survive if that's the system. And this goes all the way to Moses not going into the promised land, right? Just, from him hitting the rock. But ultimately, God is trying to tell him, like, listen, once they go into that land, there's all these dietary restrictions and they can't eat these trees and they have to do this. You're at a different level. It's like bringing in like 220 with 120 volt. It's not going to work. Your time is done and you got to know when it's over. And like, he goes and Joshua continues. So, Jethro's advice was like, I'm not criticizing you. I'm criticizing the system you're trying to build is not going to last if it's dependent on only you, if that's how the system works. So how, not only is the leader need to be identified, you need to identify those Jethros who are safeguarding, that sort of structure. Did that make sense?
I think the first qualification for any leader is mail and send letters to people. Handwritten, not typed. I think that should. I know it sounds stupid, but when's the last time any of us have actually done that? Written hand letters to somebody. You did it.
The Christmas cards,
There
and
you
they're
go.
very short, but
Right.
if you want
I
a
write.
Christmas card, DM me your address.
Okay. Yeah. I write every day.
All right,
I write
letters
my
to
wife.
boys.
I write my wife a letter every day. It's not long. Sometimes it's the same kind of letter each day. I'm not saying I need to be a leader, but
I left the house.
I think that there's something about that that's important. I think everybody should have a pen pal for real, like one that you actually make handwritten letters to people. You sit down and you do it. It's a totally different experience, and that's my 2 cents.
Yeah, I agree. And Chazi, I like what you said. I mean, part of the problem is in picking leaders. There's a lot of confusion. Like, leadership is a set of qualities, and it's not always located in one person, in a group. But what we know from actually good social science, and there is a little bit of it out there, but a very little bit of it, is that if you try to build a leaderless group, the most psychotic people will take over. In other words, leadership is inevitable. Hierarchy happens. Like it's not an avoidable situation. And so part of the problem is you can't have a leader that can't command attention. And so usually the way we find good leaders is we look for those who can command attention, and then we sort of go along with that until it becomes, until whatever. And then authority, which is another thing that isn't located in a single person most of the time. And it's usually not with the leader. The leader may have some authority, but actually the authority usually pushes back on the leader to say, well, I was talking to Fred and he said, I really like what Jacob said about the Old Testament. But then I talked to Father Eric and his thoughts, and these are all authorities. And that's sort of, I think, what Jacob has, maybe unintentionally stumbled across with his hierarchical system on his Discord server is, he's assigning authority to people, right? And there's nothing wrong with that, right? But that's a form of leadership, right? Even just stating this is a hierarchy is a form of leadership. And you don't have to be at the top of that hierarchy to do the leadership. People are very confused about that. Like they're trying to squish the world and locate everything. Well, leadership and authority and hierarchy are all the same thing. And the guy at the top of the hierarchy has all the leadership and authority, and therefore that isn't how anything works. Every once in a while, maybe, but that's largely not how it works. And that's the issue is that and when you co-locate the leadership and authority to Lost Cause's excellent point, Napoleon made several mistakes. Again, navigating patterns.
That's a ruler. That's not a leader.
Well, look, Napoleon made mistakes in asserting authority where he didn't have it and taking the authority all by himself from the church. That was a mistake. And also squishing the world, squishing all the titles of the Roman emperor down to just emperor, right? Like that was a mistake, actually, because he didn't keep the structures intact, right? In the same way that there's the Queen of Scotland and the Queen of England are not the same queen, even though they're the same person, or were until she passed away, right? That's actually important. Like having the separate titles that allow the local population to relate to that person differently from the other people that are under that person, that's part of the hierarchy. And that's actually important, right? It's part of the re-enchantment of the systems and structures and ways that we relate in the world.
I'm moving this conversation a little for a moment, but we could loop back into this. Ariel, if you're still there, I want to know, as someone that's participating in, not specifically this just chatting, but participating in this Discord. So you had recently a conversation with Nordic, I think, and you guys had a few of these live streams, I think live streams or videos, where you guys are reviewing together different songs or different prayers from the Bible. Now, what is that just something that happened naturally? Is that something that you're trying to is there a telos to that? Are you trying to move somewhere with that, or is just I'm in this space and we're not learning how to break dance, so this makes sense over here. So where do you see that going, and to what end? And the answer could be to no end. I'm just enjoying it. But I guess this relates to the conversation I was asking Father Eric, which is how is he using his time on this in this little corner?
Yeah, so I just happened to stumble across her channel after seeing her in Jacob's channel, and then or in the Discord, and then I happened to see that someone chose to do like a song that's taken from Corinthians to analyze that with her, and so I'm like, well, no one's decided to do any stuff that originates from Judaism or that's most prominent in Judaism, so I figured, hey, why not? And one of the things that I've been able to get out of that was actually just there's so much complexity and so much so much what's the word? Yeah, just complexity and songs that
Yeah.
you can just sing on Shabbat or, you know, just on a whatever case, like, you know, you just go through it. In some cases, don't even think about what the words are saying. But like, for instance, just studying the words to Eshet Chayil, to, you know, Woman of Valor, it helped me when I was watching. There was this one interview that Manis Friedman did, actually with someone that I know. It was on JLI, and they were talking about like the role of like the man and the woman in terms of like providing. And so the question was, or I forget exactly how it was phrased, but it was interesting because and Manis later kind of went back on it a bit, kind of correcting himself, saying that, you know, making money or like business isn't you know, masculine or feminine. But like originally what he said was that that a woman is supposed to trust in her husband, and that the husband's supposed to provide for her. But literally in Eshet Chayil, it's the opposite. The woman provides for the man, and he his heart trusts in her. And so it's like, I think it's just really interesting how, you know, there's so much stuff, so much benefit that can be gained by looking into things that all too often we just kind of skim over without a second thought.
If you don't mind me, just, I'm not pushing back. I just want to dig a little deeper. Okay, but why, right? So like, what are you doing though when you are, you know, you could have gone to your rabbi, you could have gone to your dad. You like, why are you deciding to have this conversation with Nordic and like having it publicly? And this is a manifestation of this little corner. Now, I'm so happy to hear that you're like, listen, there's a big benefit from it. Like I'm looking at this and I'm getting to learn again. But you could have done that yourself. You could have done that with a study partner. Yet you're doing this on this channel. You're saying like, you know what? I'm going to utilize my time right now to go through this old song with this Christian person. And I'm talking about it right now. You know what I mean? So like, I'm saying, why, like, what are you doing here? And do not take this the wrong way. I'm happy you're here. Stay. But why are you here?
Honestly, like, you ever do something and you're not 100% sure why? It's just like, it feels right.
Okay.
Well,
Does
I
it
think
feel right to you? Like your engagement with this channel, or do you feel that like this, like you just said, it feels right? I want to play with that a little more. Do you feel like I'm excited to get on this? I want to be on this because like what I'm gaining from it, like, and it feels like I'm in the right space.
Well, so I mean, I think in one case, some of the most interesting realizations I've had about Torah has actually been in conversation with non-Jews, because you get perspectives that you just can't get from Jews, because it's kind of like, you know, if you're looking at something from inside, you're not going to see perspectives from the outside. It's not to say that you're missing something, but it's like you're just not able to see it in the same light. And so it's like, for instance, like if you're it's almost like, I think a perfect example would be something like maybe the phraseology of like maybe something as simple as like you know, Avinu Shebashamayim, or Our Father in Heaven. Like, you can look at it within those different contexts and you're going to see it from different perspectives. Or maybe it's not the perfect example, but basically there's, yeah, I sorry, I'm also kind of a bit scatterbrained today, but I think more than anything, it's just that it's those types of conversations that, for one, you can benefit by having with, you know, people outside of your own community, but on top of that, the benefits not just for yourself, and then also because, at least in my case, I have a horrible memory ever since getting COVID a year ago, and then also recently. And so by having them be, you know, in videos online, it makes it where if I ever need to re-reference that, then it's a lot easier than having to just, you know, like write down everything. So it's like the conversation gets kind of preserved.
Yeah, but Kazi, can you see how this is to me, this is the exact same question of why and how Jordan Peterson does what he does, and why anybody's interested in him, and why it's him on YouTube talking about the things, because he's not the only one, quote, talking about that. Like, this to me is the same exact question. It's the same question of this little corner of the internet, irrespective of what everybody says. They're trying to figure out what Jordan Peterson did, why it's working about it, and what's not, right? And everybody thought he was going to fail. Now he's a Daily Wire, and that didn't happen, right? There's all this questioning around. Well, what happened? Like, how did this happen? How is somebody like John Vervaeke has this question? How's John Vervaeke's message getting out there? Like, why is this a thing? It's a good question. I mean, I know for a fact John has that same. He said it before. Like, I don't even understand. Why that's there. And to some extent, you can punt. You can say, well, it's because Jordan Peterson brought it up. I mean, that was my answer to Vanderklay, a year and a half ago or whatever when we first talked. But there's more to it than that. There's more going on. And it is a question, why is there an audience here for that stuff when that stuff has a place to be discussed? And that's the gap. That's the gap people are trying to figure out.
Because I told you. I think a lot of it has to do with you can do things here, you can push limits here that you without
the sandbox.
Yeah, you can kind of push the edges here without much consequence, and whereas like I can't go to my church necessarily, and
well, you probably can. You just think you can't, which is even more interesting.
That's not true. It's not true.
So if you're on a one-on-one with your pastor, the one-on-one with your pastor is usually a little bit easier. But with the folks necessarily, like if you start bringing up new ideas, you'll get pushback.
Yeah.
Sorry, Chad, we cut you off. Go ahead and finish.
And it's true. And if like I want to be actually like a part of the community with my wife and in the church and not be a pariah, I kind of have to be careful, right? Like I can't go in there like with the mask on. I can't necessarily bring up Apocatastis. I can't say like I don't really understand whatever X, Y, and Z.
Well, it's interesting, Chad. You missed BOM last night, where Ron Brown actually said, "Oh, I brought this up in church, and no one cared." And he was like, "I was surprised." And then a bunch of people came to me later and said, "I had that same question. I'm so glad you asked it. I'm so glad the pastor answered." And different churches are different, but I think that is the problem. The question is, why do people have this belief that why is everybody afraid of pushback on anything? Why are they afraid of consequences of having critiques?
Because I said it earlier. It's a fear of loss of status.
I want to mention something over here. Almond Tree wrote over here. He had a few comments. There's an elusive guy named Tyler that's been on Grail Country. By the way, Grail Country, a great channel, just like Navigating Patterns with Nate and Sherry and Jess. It's a very, very good channel. I recommended. So he says over here, there's a guy named Tyler on Grail Country a few times. I asked him privately about this question. He writes, there's something extremely gratifying when things start to come together. That was like his answer. And I'm relating this to this quote that I mentioned here before in Zephaniah, where for then I'll make the peoples pure of speech, so they will all invoke the Lord's name and serve him with one accord. Now, put aside, the placeholder that Lord God has. I do think that in this space, because we're talking about like in church, you're saying they didn't want to ask the question that they were all thinking. There's something about this space which allows people to converse. So you'd be like, well, that's just like, right. There's been like I am for years. I'm dating myself by saying I am. Social media has been around for years. However, was there a place where people are having these types of discussions where it moves from theology to psychology to pop culture to trying to constantly focus on the zeitgeist? Like I'm saying, I started this conversation with Kanye West. We've gone through the Bible. Hello, sir. So I do believe now that part of what is happening here is, we said we weren't selling anything, but you are offering sort of a brain palace for people. And you are offering, and that's I think in high demand And like you said, it's not a specific leader, but you're offering a space where thoughts are. It's a safe space, and I've also said it before. This is really moving from a safe space to a brave space. Moving to a place where people feel brave, people feel confident,
It's
people
a firing
feel
range.
confident about not being confident. So I think that's how you sort of get to those quote unquote biblical verses, where you are manifesting those verses by having these kinds of conversations. So I do think we're selling something.
Yeah, I agree. Selling the space to have those conversations at the very least. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I know everybody doesn't like the framing, but it's accurate. But that's not all that's going on, to your point. Like there's a lot going on. It's not that simple. There's a whole bunch of stuff that I think, again, we're still trying to work out.
I also think that in general, when people go, to whatever congregation, whether, it's a mosque, a synagogue, or a church, they're generally not going there. And this is maybe part of the problem, that all too often people are going there in order just to kind of hear, and Charlie comments on this, that they don't want their fundamental ideas challenged, but rather they want their ideas reinforced so that they can have some sort of sense of comfort. And the thing is that it's not to say that conversation or discussion goes against that, but it takes a sort of willingness to, engage with ideas that you might not necessarily agree with. And the thing is that, the amount of time that people spend at church or at whatever, religious congregation, they just generally don't want to spend that time doing those things, which is why I think it's better that they actually happen outside of religious contexts.
It's a good place to have good and bad ideas die. Really. I mean, it's okay. It's okay. Like this place or the BLM or whatever it is. Like, do you think, like, I feel like every video I've ever made or every conversation I ever had was a shining bright light of brilliance? No, most of them are stupid. And I'm okay with that. I'm really trying to, like when you get on a treadmill, you're not going anywhere. You know what I'm saying? You're just kind of exercising a little bit. And I can bring some of the skills here. Like today, I was at work and this dude, he was like listening to Tim Pool. It was weird. I was like, is that Tim Pool? And he was like, yeah. And so we got to talking and stuff. And I was able to actually have a conversation with this guy. It wasn't about politics or anything, but like, I didn't feel weird. I didn't, and I was able to take some of these things here. I try to bring him to my pastor, but he's got like a whole school that he's trying to keep going, like kindergarten through 8th grade. He's got elderly families that are, dying. He's got all sorts of stuff on his plate. It's not appropriate. If I'm in dire need and I'm going to be like, I'm really like, I need a 911 call from him, I can do it, right? I'm sure of that. But what I find is I'm able to have good and bad ideas flourish and die here, and I don't have to like feel like my world is crumbling necessarily. I also have a sponsor, and I'm really plugged into AA, and I'm like, to Eric's point earlier, I'm really plugged into a way of being in the world that makes me feel very secure here. So who is that just left? Michael left? You son of a bitch.
Yeah, I was just okay. I was going to ask
his mother out of this.
Yes, I was going to ask him to come and share some words. But Michael, next time you come in, we would love to hear what you think. Chad, I agree with you, and you were saying this sort of relates to Father Eric. So Father Eric is saying also, he's talking to his congregation, and some of these things that he absorbs or takes from here, he spreads them out. But on the other hand, I'm wondering if Father Eric's also saying, like, if a Chad comes to me, listen, like, quote unquote, Chad, I'm in the middle of doing this. I got to work with the kids. I got to do this. I don't have time for you now to like break down the whole theology for me. And I'm wondering if, and I could be totally wrong about this, and I don't know I'm sure there's different churches, but is this, and Father Eric, you can answer it to me. Like, do you think that some of your congregates would benefit from being on this in this little corner, or you would not ever recommend this to people?
Oh, there would be, so there'd be people who would be fine but not interested. There'd be people, I think, that would really get into it and probably benefit from it. So no, this isn't like something I would say, like I have all sorts of friends on Facebook. It's the most intimate possible friendship you could have is Facebook friends. And I put all of my kind of my Sunday evening live streams out there. And I put this one out there just to see, somebody might see my picture out there and think they want to tune in. So I don't think this is like something I would actively discourage most people from engaging from. But there's, I get the sense that, and Chad, you correct me because I wasn't in on these conversations, but you were like hoping to bring some of the quality of conversations and the topics into your church, and your pastor just wasn't that interested in it. Does that accurately describe what was going on?
Yes and no. Like I said, I'm online with these guys, and there seems to be some kind of like ecumenical conversations with Jewish, Catholics, and Orthodox, and Protestants, and atheists. He's like, well, that's cool, but you got to be careful. And it's like, it's like, and
Well, yeah, that makes sense.
beyond that, like I also like I get this. I know, like, he's like, I want to get something going, but I got this thing going with the school, and I got all this going on, so he's really busy. And again, why do I need to go to him if, first of all, I can't really trust exactly, but also I what I can trust, he's very busy, and he's already got his drill that he's doing. The other weird thing is like you said, well, I'm not sure if people in my church might, or my congregation might be interested, but part of that I wonder is maybe they haven't been able to test those waters with you enough for you to know if they'd be interested.
Sure.
And that's not a critique. It's a trust thing. I mean, it's just, the real world is scary as far as status goes and all that stuff. So on here, this is paintball. You know what I'm saying?
Well, where do you take the things you learn here or in your paintball, right? Arguably, people use paintball or let's say some version of that while training and not using real bullets for the real world. Right. I see someone wrote over here a comment. I think Lost Cause. Well, okay, he wrote over here, I think you guys would be surprised how many people just want to drink beer and talk about sports. I would say that talk about sports or watch the Avengers movies. These are all placeholders for religion in a certain extent, as far as like us.
Not necessarily. Abuse doesn't negate use. There's certain. Look, I will turn on a Legend of Zelda speed run just to shut my brain off, so I don't have to worry. Right?
Yeah.
Like I'm just gonna watch 30 minutes of a Legend of Zelda speed run, and I'm just and you just release the tension, right?
Entertainment, very important. Yeah. Rest.
So, but when you're using entertainment in place of religion is where it gets in trouble.
Yeah, I don't want to worship the lathe. I don't want to worship the lathe machine that I'm watching the guy lay the block of freaking naughty pine into like a beautiful spool.
But yes, Hezi, you're not wrong. There's a lot of people who are using the Avengers or sports as substitute for religion. I just thought it was
Michael Jordan, the conversation, is he the GOAT? Is he not the GOAT? Like, what do we, this guy runs fast. He jumps high. You know what I mean? Like these conversations become all consuming industries, movies. So like
right.
Built on top of these. So yes, there could
be.
But
that's the vacuum, right? That's the vacuum, right? So religion recedes, the church recedes. And then in comes different religion because the church left.
So my point being, and this goes all the way back to the beginning of this channel about Kyrie Irving. My point being, like, Chad is coming and saying, okay, I'm not talking about the World Cup. I want to talk to my pastor to go deeper. And he's like, I'm dealing with this level right now. I
And
can't
he's
go.
receded.
Okay,
Yeah,
so-
he's far away. He's too far away to meet the member of the flock. Although to be fair, maybe the problem was, Chad's introducing a whole community instead of trying to just tackle one concept, right? And look, Father Eric's busy, but I managed to get an hour with him today because I needed his help, right? Like, but that's the appropriate thing. I didn't call up Father Eric and say, hey man, you know what we got to do? We got to organize this Van der Clay coup and get this. We didn't talk about any of that. I just talked about my problems for once, right? And so you have to bring the right message to the right place at the same time, because the equality doctrine has us talking. You know what we can do? We can just walk up to a guy in the street and start talking politics to him. No, you can't. You're a lunatic. You can't do stuff like that.
That happened to me today. It was outrageous. The guy was clearly, I don't know. He was something. He's like, I'm here at the hospital. I got an illness, but he started going on and on. And he had this half broken cigarette that he kept trying to light the damn thing, and the lighter wouldn't light, and it's freezing out there. And he's just talking and talking and talking and talking and talking, and then he keeps taking the end of the cigarette and pulling the tobacco out and keep talking about just going on about the most random stuff, and it's it was really interesting because what I was really trying to do was watch the guy. I see a character there. I'm like, wow, what a strange character. But when I walk into the church and I start bringing this into there, I'm an outlier, and I am now a strange character. So I'm cognizant of that, and I'm okay with that. This isn't appropriate. This is appropriate. Also, I apologize to Eric's friends because I said SOB. My bad.
I just think you should leave his mother out of it. What did she do?
Yeah. What did she do?
Chad, it's interesting that you said that you're seen as a stranger. So, as part of my profession, I have when my clients come in from abroad, I have these usually it's usually 3 to 4 intense days when I'm with them together. I pick them up at around 9 o'clock in the morning, and I drop them off at 7 o'clock at night, and I'm there together the whole day. Sometimes it's a spouse, sometimes it's just it's one of them. It's a couple, sometimes it's only one of them, and we're driving all over Israel. We're while we're shopping and looking at tiles and looking at fabrics, we're also just discussing. Now I use this little corner, and what I learn in this little corner, I start discussing with them. Now they range from ultra-Orthodox to I would say conservadox, and I just out having this conversation with them, and I know whose buttons I'm pushing, and I'm trying to do it in but I want to see how I can massage this conversation, where it could go, and again they're quote unquote in a safe place. They're inside my car. They know that at the same time, while I'm showing them that while designing their kitchens, I'm very aware of the dietary restrictions that are required. So do you need to buy 2 ovens for meat and milk? How are you going to do it? At the same time, I tell them, it's interesting that this beautiful prayer about the soul that we sing on Sabbath potentially was written by St. Peter. What do you guys think about that? And what do you guys think about that there's this rabbi that thinks that Muhammad is a prophet? What do you guys think about that? And now I break it down to them with some sources while we're driving and having this discussion, but I have yet to have a negative reaction. And I see that they are genuinely fascinated by these things. And it seems to me that they want more. Sam.
That's re-enchantment. Hey, Sam.
How are you, sir? I don't know how long you've been listening to this, but please share your thoughts.
What are we talking about?
Stuff.
I heard something about rabbis believing in Muhammad. That's the last I got.
I would recommend that anybody do it. I was doing this a couple months ago. I put together a series of questions. I think I wrote each day I did this. I wrote 11 questions, and I brought my camera. I hid my camera. I didn't capture anybody's faces, but I was walking up to strangers and asking them, would you like to talk? I got some strange questions I'd be interested in. And it was cool because like you could see people really, it's weird because you would think they'd feel really insecure about most of the people that talked were really cool about talking to a stranger. Again, I'm not sure if they would talk about this with their closest people. Like when I talk to my wife around this stuff, she's not interested. Her dad's not interested. You know, my brother's not interested.
But not everybody's interested in everything. And again, this is the equality, problem. Like everybody thinks everyone's equal, and we're not. We're not gonna be. And thank God for that, because we couldn't specialize. Like it would be terrible. And we're hungry for connection, right? That's part of the intimacy crisis. We're hungry for connection. And then what I hear Chezi describing is, I'm bringing the religious into the operation of your house, right? Into your everyday life. I'm re-enchanting the world by bringing the church closer to you. And that's great. And that's good in your audience. I'm sure that works great. But part of the problem, and this is part of Vervaeke's point about the meaning crisis, although I don't know if he makes this point intentionally or not, it's always hard to tell with John, right, is that people are split apart from these things. This secular divide is a divide, and it's a chasm, and it's widening. And I like the way that Peugeot said it to Peterson a few talks back when they were doing one of their talks. He said, it's kind of like you have one leg on one island and the other leg on the other island, and they're drifting apart. And you're trying to hold them together, and they're drifting apart. And I'm like, yeah, that's exactly what's happening. That gap is actually getting wider.
So yeah, I mean, this is the double mutation of the secular. It's where originally you had this idea of, the separation of secular and religious not being a separation in terms of reality, but a separation in terms of like, there's secular authorities and there's religious authorities. There's religious law and there's secular law. But then it became where, only the secular is really real and the religious is just kind of an added element onto that. And then further from there, there's where the secular is seen as really real and the religious is seen as delusional. And that's like the problem is when you get society at that sort of split, you're unwilling to have people really being able to talk to people across the aisle. And that's what's really scary.
Unfortunately, I'm being summoned. Thank you guys all. Father Eric, you have control.
So
Peace
would
and love.
Sam, and I think Mark too. But I'll
Yeah.
bear the responsibility of leadership. And that means I'll add in Manuel, because I trust he's not one of those weirdos who does weird things on live streams.
No, he's definitely one of those weirdos. Yeah. Well, but I think that's the that's the sort of the deep confusion, right? Is what Lost Cause is talking about, right? Trying to bring up the stuff from this corner into an environment, right? And that to me, it's sort of like, what am I to do with Vervaeke's work, right? Because a lot of people used to come onto the server and they'd say, you know what? Everybody needs to listen to Awakening from the Meaning Crisis, and that will solve their problems. And Manuel and I would go, yeah, no, that's not going to help you at all, almost certainly, because what he's doing is a science of meaning, and he's giving you a bunch of tools and a framework, and you don't know how to use them. Explicitly, I don't think I'm saying anything John would disagree with. He doesn't have the ecology of practices in a schema yet, right? I mean, he may now, but he hasn't published it yet, right? He doesn't have a specific, and he doesn't want to give people a specific thing to do, right? He's trying very much to make it leaderless and distributed, right? Which is garbage and nonsense. If you're in computers, distributed stuff, there are limitations to it, right? And it doesn't work the way they claim it does. Because you've been doing it long enough in computers that we just see what happens with crypto and things like that, right? And so you have to be careful which pieces you bring in and why and where you bring them. And that is the issue, is that people, again, they're just bringing down the boundaries. Found this great group of people, and there's this weird Christian pastor, and it's, you can't, and there's this scientist guy out of Toronto, and there's this other scientist guy out of Toronto that you might have heard of, Jordan Peterson, and this whole thing's you can't dump that on people. And I don't think anybody is, but, how much can you feed one person? What things can you bring into which spaces? We don't have a good sense for that.
Yeah, and it's a matter of some spaces are full and you really can't add much, right? At my parish, we have over 500 children in our Wednesday evening religious education program. It's outrageous.
What?
We've got
Wow.
4:30, we've got 6, and we've got 7:15, right? And it's like we have a full-time person who does just that. And it's just and it's not working, I don't think. But at a certain point, we've
Different
got so
problem.
many bodies in there. Like, how can I come in there and change that?
What size jurisdiction does this cover? Is that like all of Fargo or?
West Fargo? I could try and look up the parish boundaries.
And there are
it might be
500 people in your basically children's catechesis?
from kindergarten through high school.
It's time to
Okay,
bust out
all
the
right.
wood chipper. What?
What? So yeah, like if you came with some of this Jordan Peterson stuff to Christina, who's running this, she'd be like, my hands are full. I
Right.
can't do anymore. Literally, our spaces are full. We have a men's group that goes over to the priest house on Wednesday nights because that's when they want to meet, and we don't have any room for them in our large campus here. So they meet in our living room.
Well, and they may not need it. Like not everybody needs to hear Jordan Peterson's message. Some people need to hear Jocko Willink's message, right? And this is that hard slope versus soft slope versus what I call the third way that Andrew Clay needs to do a video with me about, so I can school him up. But yeah, because that goes back to TLC, to this little corner. Like, what did Peterson do? Because I think we're still struggling with that.
So yeah, sometimes you try and bring a good idea
know-
somewhere, and there's just no room for it.
Well, yeah. So I think we want to have a different question as well. What should we want to bring to other places, right? Like, there's a question of what can we bring, but there's also a question of what do we want to bring. And I was having a conversation with someone this week, and I was explaining that, well, I could explain that to that person, and he asked me how, and I'm like, yeah, I don't know how, because that depends on the person. I'm not gonna be able to explain a thing because I can't. Like, I do that in relationship to a person, and I look at what they're getting, what they're not getting, and more importantly, what are the affordances that are in them that allow them to make a connection to what there is, right? So, and if you start looking that way, and instead of coming in with like, oh, I have this plan where I want to educate all these people into Peterson and Vervaeke, and you come in and you're like, okay, I have all this knowledge. What is the thing that this place could just immediately adopt and would grow from? That is way more healthy to relate in that way.
That's Luke Thompson. Bring back the personal, right? Yeah, it's a personal relationship, and you're not going to get around that. You can't just, and that's, to some extent, this is part of the problem with postmodernism. It tells you can just sling things around and it'll all be fine, but you can't. There are boundaries and limitations and constraints, and we need to start recognizing them and using them to our advantage. Because when we don't, we just tear things down and everything gets worse. And then we go, I don't know why this is getting worse. Well, look in the mirror. That's why. You can't treat things this way. Things, even when they're corrupt, because there are corrupt people in them, have to be held to a high standard and acted out as if they're not corrupt sometimes. Like, there's no way around that.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm guessing not.
But he
He
can't
can
hear
hear
us,
you.
obviously.
He can't hear us. He doesn't love us anymore.
So I think there's an element of group thinking, right? Where, because you've seen the left especially change position on a bunch of things, right? Like, so for example, Big Pharma was the most horrible thing in the world, and then there was COVID vaccines, and then they just totally flipped. And they started defending unethical practices, right? And there's a way where you're adopting a solution, and then you're stuck within defending the solution as opposed to being critical, because like in essence you adopted the end justifies the means, right? And it's hard to see when you fall into that trap, right? Because sometimes, right, like you need to stand on principle, and sometimes you shouldn't, because there's something higher that needs to be protected, right? Or the transgression isn't as bad as you deem it to be.
Hey Sam, what is your experience? What's your experience with taking some of these ideas into your daily life?
Simplify it. I
What
don't know.
ideas are you talking about?
This corner's ideas. I'm running for my local school board. I'll get back to you. I think it'll be interesting running for my local school board. And at this point, honestly, it's actually probably a foregone conclusion that I'll win, because right now there are 4 candidates running for 4 spots, which has a pretty high probability of success for the 4 people. And so I think that it'll be interesting for me, because that will require merging my internet and personal personas in ways that I often avoid, right? I feel like in real life, except at meetup and stuff like that, and with some friends here and there, I really don't talk about this sort of stuff to other people. There are a handful of friends who even know that I have, online Sam transfigured person. And the vast majority of people in my life, even pretty close friends, actually have literally no idea, right? And that, I try and avoid talking about uncomfortable things, because I'm from the Midwest, just like most of you guys too. And I think that it will be interesting and difficult and a growing challenge for me to have to be on a school board where I'm making decisions and really talking about what I think in public in a way that's actually in my local community, right?
Is that tension because you're a Christian or because you're a Unitarian?
That tension is for multiple things. I feel like because I'm often a more conservative person in a liberal place, I just know to shut up about politics, right? I mean, we've all been in the room where it's just a group of liberal people and they assume everyone else is on the same page, right? And so you just kind of like, all right, you just you just let it go over your head, and you don't, maybe you say something that is enough to like push them, but not enough to out yourself, right? That sort of thing. And I feel like I have to do that all the time in multiple ways, right? I have to do that in church. I have to do that in, at work, working for liberal company X, so I feel like I'm very good, probably too good, honestly, at hiding what I truly think to get along in the setting that I'm in, because I've had to do that for so long in so many different respects, politically, religiously, theologically, etc. And that being on the school board will force me to out in a way in my own like actual place where I'm from and where I live, and everyone already knows me. And I think there will be a lot of people that are like, Sam thinks what? Or like, that isn't the agreeable Sam that like we always thought. Some people will be like, oh man, thank goodness for what he's doing. And some people are like, that's terrible, right? And so it'll be a weird challenge. And I'm pretty sure that not all, I'll say some or many of the hot button things that are confronting school boards will confront us. And I'll have to say and do things about it to the extent that I'm able to as a school board member. And so that'll be a new and weird challenge. And I think that'll be something like what you're asking about, Chad, is how do you bring stuff from this little corner to the real world? And I think that'll be sort of having to take this online private thing that's been growing that you guys all know about, but like to you guys, it isn't private. and to whoever
Right.
20-something people listening it isn't private because you guys know me as this Sam. But there are lots of people who know Sam who do not know me as this Sam.
Of course.
And that'll be
But
weird.
that's normal. I mean, that's the way everybody's life always runs and always ran. And it's the aberration that we can be our authentic selves everywhere all the time to simplify our way of being in the world and not do the hard work of having conflict. And that, again, that goes back to my intimacy crisis conversation with Catherine and the one with Andrea with the bangs on her channel, right? Like, we don't know how to do that anymore. We don't want to hide parts of ourselves, but we should. Like, you can't just, you can't, and that's what the Pride Parade shows us, right? Like, oh, you can just be the freak that you want to be all the time, out and open, down the streets, in a parade for everybody to see, and people are exposed to it because you're out in the public street. And it's like, but that's an inappropriate crossing of boundaries. Like, no, you're supposed to hide your bizarre sexual proclivities and whatever they may be in the bedroom. Like, you're actually supposed to, like, that's a healthy way to do it. And so what, for me, this little corner is about tools, not about taking things out of it at all. Like, for me, it's like, all right, well, when I go on Clubhouse and I talk to these freaking computer nerds who know a lot about computers, are very smart, and I try to get them to stop conflating, actual philosophy with the categorization science, computer science garbage that they're doing. Like, how do I do that? What tools do I use from this little corner? And occasionally I bring up things like, oh, John Vervaeke's out there. And recently that worked. Somebody finally discovered him and understood, oh, wow, he does talk about this stuff. We should have listened to you all along a year ago, right? But how I do that is not by dumping the whole thing on them, and it's not by bringing up any of these issues necessarily. I say, oh, John Vervaeke talks about ontology, and he has a unique way of thinking about it, right? But I just talk about the ontology part. Right, I'm not talking about all the other stuff John talks about, like religion is not a religion or practices or any of that, because they can't handle that and they don't want to know that. And so to some extent it's forbidden knowledge, but I don't think that's a bad thing.
Sam, could you document that whole journey? That would be pretty radical.
Should I document my journey onto the school board?
If it's possible and appropriate.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we're missing the ability to do it. So it would be nice to see, how do you navigate the conflict between your own identities, right? This is the relationship, you with yourself, because you can't be just one thing, right? Because you're a father, you're a son, you could be a brother or sister, you could be a member of a church, right? You could be a member of
a podcast host.
You could be a podcast host. Yeah. You could be an authority on Jacob's server. Right? There's all these identities, and how we manage those conflicts and there are conflicts. They're not going away. They're things we have to find a way to manage and accept our mistakes when we screw up, because inevitably we're going to screw up. We're just not that good, right? We screw up all the time. It's a good thing we have original sin. Otherwise, we should be sadder. But we can be happy now.
Hey guys, I gotta clean my house. I love you. Thank you.
All right. Once you're done cleaning your house, then you clean your neighborhood, right? I'm trying to move from clean. I went from clean room to clean house, and now I'm going to clean neighborhood, right? And we'll see how that step goes. It's a very different step.
Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah, have a good day, everyone.
Peace.
Bye.
Yeah. So I think the value of what we can work on is mostly in how do we frame our objections in real life, right? And how do we make that into something generative, right? Because there's a lot of ways where you can say, well, I have conservative position, and then you get like fired, right? But there's ways in which you can you can approach people and you can like make things salient to them, right? Like, well, what is the important thing, right? Like, is it important for my child to see rainbows when they're 8, right? Like, maybe there shouldn't be any rainbows in the education material, and saying that in a way where it's like, well, what do you want for your child, right? Instead of whether what is in there is actually good or not, because like sometimes you don't need the judgment on the actual material. You just need a judgment before that, where it's like, what is the role of the school? Like, is this in line with the role of the school or not, independent of the content. And when you can take things out of the content, then you can also take it out of the emotional attachment. Right. So there's many ways in which you can reframe, and this is one of the things that I think this little corner should focus on more, because like this is my criticism for Paul. Like you want to focus on things that are relevant. Like you have to choose what is relevant and how it's relevant, and then you can work on it. Like if you never pick something and you never hold on to it and you never put it somewhere, right, like where you can just leave it and move on, then you just have this path behind you that you cleared, but you don't know, you don't have the vision of the whole field, right? Like you don't know where things fit in relationship to each other, and there's no way of grabbing, oh, I have achieved this in the past and therefore.
Well, I mean, you guys don't know the thing that's like the main thrust of Paul's vision? Like,
No, we know it.
well, what would you say it is then?
I mean, I wouldn't. I'm not a fan. Okay, I've seen this before. It doesn't work. I wish him luck. I hope it does. It's that simple. Like it's just exactly that simple. Leaderless groups get taken over by psychopaths. That's what happens.
Well, that's not really what Paul's not caring about the group is because I would say ultimately he's a pastor and everything is going to come out of his Christianity. So, which is the way I see it. And interestingly, when he was talking to that guy, Joe, Just with Joe or whatever, I mean, that was kind of what he modeled. That, you know, he does his weird thing, which seems almost like a hobby. But, you know, he's all over the place. But the value of that I see is like, so I go to a Bible study in real life. It's like maybe 6 or 8 guys most weeks. About half of them go to other churches. Nobody else watches like this corner of the internet, but everybody is affected by like the presence of YouTube and podcasts. Everybody's like,
Yeah, of course.
And everybody's boundaries have been expanded. And so like the thing that Chad was talking about, because it's like in church, everybody's like a little bit nervous because the thing is that everybody has something that they're like, I really want to talk about this. I'm not sure how well it's going to go over. I don't want to be called a heretic or whatever.
Right.
But
well, that was the story on BOM the other night, literally, right? And then he's saying, no, you can go to church and talk about this because I did and it worked fine. And like he was doing some major questioning of scripture, and I was like, really? And he was an atheist at the time, and he was new at the church, and they were perfectly okay with it. Now, not all churches, for sure, but like, and that's the problem. Again, you can't. Oh yeah, look, their boundaries have been opened up. That's bad. People need boundaries to survive. Like they're getting flooded and overwhelmed, and then they don't know where it's okay to talk about what. So the next thing you know, they're telling you about their mother's surgery, and they just met you on the street, and that doesn't work. Like it's terrible for both parties, and that's part of the problem. Is that leaderless groups and the idea that you can just gin these things up, and because somebody somewhere that you probably don't even know, who is a Christian and is a pastor, had this Christian, idea in mind when somebody else set up a group somewhere in the world and a bunch of atheists show up, which is kind of the point, and then Christian values are going to magically emerge. It's a lovely dream. I just don't think that's going to happen reliably. Which is not to say don't try or I don't support it, right? But I'm not a fan.
Oh, well, I mean, I guess you could say like happening reliably. I think is always a problem because that's the great temptation is that people want to nail everything down to a formula that I don't know if there's many parts of life that don't honestly require constant
Michael, could there possibly be a middle ground between formula and no structure? Is it possible?
No, there is.
That's my point. My point is no structure is as bad as formula, and I don't want either.
Yeah. Okay. Well, so that I think that so I guess the question. So this is something I was thinking about. So there's a thing where Paul talks about Paul in the Bible, how like we are one body with many parts, which Jacob likes, and he says it's the most Jewish thing that Paul says or whatever. But he's talking about it like on the resolution of like the hand doesn't know what the foot's doing, and the foot doesn't know what the hand's doing, and the eye and whatever. And so like that's the resolution that he's talking about. And I was thinking about this because like I like Jonathan Pageau's ideas, but he seems to want to go like back to the Middle Ages when it all made sense. And I'm like, no, we have to do the symbolic thing on like the current thing. So now we're going to use
why?
Well,
why is this your thesis? I don't understand where this why is coming.
Explain this. So let me explain this. Well, this is the background of what made me think about this, because we could say like, well, what do we know about a body now? A body's got like 40 trillion cells, and it has many different systems that work together and they work separately, and there's like multiple communication systems. You've got like a nervous system, you have like a consciousness that's directing the whole thing, but it's not in control of your breathing, your blood flow, and then
it's very complex. I understand that.
But there is things that unite it, and I think the thing is that like as I see like different people, different groups, traditions and backgrounds interacting, we have to maybe just change our idea about like the bones can't be like you're not a bone, so you're not in the body. We have to figure out like what unites us, and that's I guess you say it's like the DNA.
Where is this coming from? Everybody keeps saying this is the case, and I've never seen it once. It's very strange to me.
Well, I'm saying it's not. Well, I think everybody's a little bit. Let's face it. Everybody wants to maintain their own tradition while creating some sort of a unified structure. But we all have to give a little bit,
Or don't create a unified structure and be okay with that. Like I don't like this is the whole problem. This is the problem Chad was talking about. How do I be authentic me everywhere? No, you don't. You don't have to, and you don't do it. You give unto the identity in the space that which that space needs, and no more and no less. And you're going to screw that up for sure because you're a limited creature, right? But that's what you do. You don't unify it all. You don't try to be a perfect husband, a perfect father, a perfect son, a perfect friend, a perfect church member all at once, because there's conflict. You can't do that. Instead, you take responsibility for the fact that we can't unify those things. We have to prioritize in order to keep the unity that we can have. And then the problem doesn't appear. So in other words, if you don't create the problem doesn't happen. I like that because it requires much less energy than creating the problem and then trying to solve it. And if you create the problem that we all need to be unified, we all need to be our authentic selves, and we all need no boundaries, you're just creating problems that don't have to exist, that you cannot fix.
Well, I guess this just comes down to the thing of where is the leadership of the parts and at what level, because are the organs like united and functioning correctly as organs?
I don't, but again, you can cut it down that way, but that analogy fails. So I know, don't use failed analogies that can't work. We know what good structures look like. We've had them for thousands of years, actually, right? And I don't know why we can't use the structures that work for thousands of years. I have no idea. Like, where is this assumption coming from? This is like John Vervaeke and we can't live in a two worlds mythology. Says who? It worked this whole time. Like, where's the proof that suddenly these things don't work anymore? Where is this evidence? I've never seen this evidence. Everybody says it, but they can't bring the goods. So I'm skeptical that it's true.
Well, but the problem is that there's so many traditional. So, I mean, it is fine to whatever scale you want. If you want to go live as the Amish, you have the amount of people that will want to do that, and they can do it perfectly well by being as committed to being the Amish as they want to be. But then you also need that community has to figure out how to deal with the rest of the world, or some broader amount of the world. Like, so like, because there is probably 100 different solutions for leadership and structure that have worked in the past, which is fine. And they're probably all totally fine to just pick one for some projects or whatever, but we can't. I mean, if we all have a different favorite one, we won't agree, so that's a problem. But you know,
I'm a little unclear, Michael, onto what problem you're pointing at, and like what the scale of the problem you're pointing at is. If you're looking at, so it's like I'm going kind of immediately to the national level and seeing how, you know, red counties and blue counties and the citizens thereof no longer share the same values. And if you're looking at that as being like the level of the problem, then like I'm 100%, you know, on the way. Like I go across the river into Minnesota, and all of a sudden I think I'm on a different planet because those blue counties in Minnesota, I cannot comprehend them. So is that the level of problem you're talking about?
Well, it depends. I mean, I don't know. It seems like the general conversation is like about whatever our online community is. I mean, which I see it almost as like, so if you were just like, there are people who like got into Jordan Peterson's space and they want to be like, I only want to listen to Jordan Peterson. I'm not going to listen to anybody else. And you have a very hard time connecting to that person if you don't know Jordan Peterson. But if you watch Paul Vanderklay, then you know Jordan Peterson and like 20 other people. And if you watch somebody that watches Paul's channel, then you'll know some other random people. So, I mean, because, I mean, ultimately, I mean, I guess it is just about helping people put their lives back together on a personal level and a community level. And this online space can be useful for that in some ways. I mean, I just think having lots of conversations about the structure, if everybody has a different idea of what the perfect structure is in their mind, I mean.
Yeah, but it's not about what idea people have of the structure. Like, it's irrelevant. Like, you just need to have a structure, and you need to have a bunch of people that cooperate in that structure. And it doesn't have to be good or perfect. It just needs to be functional. Like, okay. I don't understand where this, like, ooh, everybody has their own idea, and they don't want to cooperate outside of their idea, because that's the problem. Like, okay, you only want to do what you want to do? You think that's Christian?
No. Well, I mean, this is the thing is that, like, okay, I would say, I think Paul is, people may be upset about his lack of action in certain things or whatever, but I think that he is doing what he believes is the right thing to do. He's trying to follow God. And I think that, he probably
like he told me he often has no idea what he's doing. Like,
well,
like
yeah, but I mean, he's
like,
don't
sharing... assume rationality behind what people do. Like, what Paul is doing is he's watching a bunch of videos on the internet, right?
Yeah.
And then he's like, oh yeah, like, oh, that reminds me of this, and that reminds me of this, and maybe I should read this as well. And then he puts it together, which is amazing, right? Like, I love him for that. But like, that's not building a thing. Right, like that's just getting your thoughts in line, which is really, really important. And like I think he found a good way to do that for himself. But there's an end to that, right? Like you need to, like it's not a good. Like getting your thoughts in a line is not a good. Like the good needs to come from having the thoughts manifest something else, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's the problem too, is that, Paul said, I watched Jordan Peterson. I saw, roughly speaking, miracle, right? I'm going to put words in Paul's mouth. He'll forgive me. He has to. He has no choice. And then I said, look, there's a gap here. And he used this term, there's a gap, and he wanted to fill that gap. right? And then in the same video, by the way, he admits that he doesn't want to lead. And it's like, okay, but you saw the gap of leadership, which you said you saw, and I agree, it's there. Everybody agrees it's there, right? But you don't want to fill it, which is fine. But you do want to fill the gap. But it's the gap of leadership. Like there's a conflict there, right? There's a contradiction there. And I think, I was having this, and this is what's so funny. So on Clubhouse right now, same discussions are going on and have been for a while around leadership and authority and what do we do about this and how do we build community? This is all the same conversation. This conversation that we're having around this that Jacob sort of really sparked off, although it was around before that, is the same conversation that a bunch of other people all over the place are having in totally different language, using, totally different framing, right? But the bottom line is the leader has to take responsibility for the losses, right? Leaders don't just take responsibility for the successes. They also take responsibility for the losses and for the fact that when you make a decision as a leader, some people are disadvantaged by that decision. It is inevitable because there are always conflicts in a group. And then maybe you even pick the wrong ones by some standard, although maybe there isn't a standard that can be applied. This is where the problem comes in. It's hard to judge leaders that way because it's not always clear. Sometimes it is, but I propose those times are rare. So the leadership has to be the voluntary scapegoat. I'm reading from my notes here. Plus, you have to take responsibility for the losses, sacrifices, and the problems, even when you win, even when what you're doing is a success. And that's a sacrifice that you have to make to be a leader, and that's a lot to ask. And honestly, I think that's why people are going, "Ooh, leadership is bad." Not only because they think they might, turn into a bad person or something. I think that's maybe a legitimate concern, but also because they don't want to take the responsibility required to be a good leader.
So Mark, I'm curious what sort of body you think you can build over YouTube and Discord.
I don't think you can. Like our project is not building that body. It's using the body of the medium to the extent that we can. 2.5 years of daily meditation. 2.5 years. Like what group does something for 2.5 years reliably online?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Online, right? Well, and look, I mean, and then look at the problem. The Catholics are out there, and they have been, and some of the Protestants are out there, and some of the Orthodox are out there, right? And they've got good audiences, and there's nothing wrong with that. But there's a whole set of people they're not catching. Well, why is that? Again, this goes back to what was the appeal of Jordan Peterson. Why, in a field where there's tons of people talking about exactly the same thing, is he the one catching the audience in that particular space at this particular time? And I'm not claiming I have an answer here, although again, Pastor Paul has to have this conversation with you because I do want to get to that third way.
So I would not want to take any leadership on an online body because I don't think there's a body there. And I don't want to just be like a head on top of an ethereal. So I hear, a lot of people saying, Pastor Paul needs to take up leadership. He needs to be the head. And I'm like, the head of what exactly?
What are they saying about leadership?
He is the leader. Everybody is like revolving around. Like he can say he's not it is what it is. He is the leader, and so
he is.
It's like,
but the leader of what?
There's no way around it.
This little corner.
Say this little corner, because I wouldn't say Peterson is really a leader, but I would say Paul is the leader, and there's nothing wrong with that. Nothing has gone horribly wrong to the point, I don't think, has gone horribly wrong that he's needed to necessarily take responsibility for anything yet, but I imagine that he would if it did, I don't know. Yeah,
it's just, I compare the sorts of conversations that I have here that I enjoy, the sorts of relationships that I've built up that I enjoy, and I compare it to what a church is like. Basically, I think a church or any sort of locally organized body has far more affordances for what it could do for people than
Of course
sort
it
of-
does. But that's not the argument, right? The argument is there is a gathering and there is some form, a gathering around a flag, around a leader, or around a set of leaders, if you want to put it that way. That already happened. The leadership, to the earlier point, is correct. Paul is already a leader. He's just not taking full responsibility. And now you can argue, well, what does it mean to lead an online community? And like I could give you a dozen answers easily, right? But it's not interesting. What's interesting is the thing that needs to be taken responsibility for, which is the next step from Peterson, which roughly speaking is what Joey did, which is Peterson meetup groups, right? Or something like that. I don't think that's actually the right answer myself. I have my own differences, right? I've had my own problems trying to start that. You and I talked about that earlier, Father Eric, right? But so there are issues with that, right? But there has to be a next step, and somebody has to lead not only the online effort, but also the next step. You know, and Jacob's theory, roughly, as near as I can retell it, and if I get it wrong, he's just going to call me stupid. It's fine. Right? Is that the 24/7 sort of news cycle thing is part of that next step, and not exclude. I don't think he's exclusive, right? And then the original idea, and Paul said this before, right? They were going to do a tour. They weren't going to do an online Discord. There was going to be a tour, and that didn't happen because of COVID, right? In the same way that Thunder Bay got delayed, and I'm glad Thunder Bay got delayed. Honestly, I thought Catherine had time to do a better job, and she did a wonderful job, right? And that's the thing, is that his original intent wasn't even carried out. There was going to be a tour, and that would have been a leadership role. And so, denying the leadership role over and over again when it's happening is not helpful. Because the critique is not that. The critique is not taking the responsibility for the leadership that is already there and taking it out of online, which is what everybody wants. And some people have, like Sam has the Chicago meetup groups going great. The Sacramento meetup group
what Paul with Estuary? Isn't that Paul's attempt at a next step? Was the whole Estuary?
It's part of it, yeah, but he doesn't want to lead it.
So here's a thought on Estuary, right? Is that Paul is not going around building estuary buildings. He's not building, what you get with the estuary is you get a protocol, as far as I can tell. It's like, here is a way to conduct an estuary meeting.
So you want Paul to build an estuary building?
No, I don't.
Okay.
What I'm saying is that once we've got the estuary protocol here. Here's how you run one of these estuary meetings, hopefully creating the sort of space where people can have a meaningful conversation that they're unwilling or unable to have in another domain of their life. Now, the great thing about a protocol is that it's not like you could just kind of train somebody to lead it in, but it doesn't need a whole lot of top-down control. It's the sort of thing that can actually be usefully decentralized, right? It's like, okay, you just read the protocol and hopefully you've got the right spirit to it, and then you can just kind of put that out there.
Well,
so it doesn't seem like
an estuary leader. We have there's one estuary leader, and then maybe they could have more estuary leadership conversations or something.
And John Van Dock's got the Estuary Leadership Support Network.
Right, that's already there.
Yeah. So maybe decentralization isn't your favorite word there, but it doesn't seem like it needs a lot of constraint coming down.
No, I don't.
Work.
Right. It doesn't seem that way right now because the people who are interested and passionate, and they share a common aim, right? Mm-hmm. Quite by accident, I might add, right? Because they've been gathered. Like, fair enough. But again, who's going to make sure that people don't use that protocol in a bad way? In the same way that Circling had this problem. And look, the estuary protocol and Circling look the same to me. Sorry, they just look almost identical. And Circling's been around for like 30 years or something. And there have been horrific consequences from leaderless groups. because psychopaths tend to take them over.
Okay,
And-
so what you're worried about is you've got Jim Jones II come in. He's a charismatic guy. He
Gonna
can
happen.
bring all the attention to, and he's
It's
like,
gonna
"Oh,
happen.
I'm gonna have my okay," and there's not going to be a bishop there to smack him around and put him back in line.
Well,
Okay.
if you want to put it in Catholic terms, yes.
Bishop literally just means overseer. All right,
Right,
that's what
right.
you want. You want someone
Yeah.
to say, "Oh, is there any psychopaths in there? Has he requested anything he shouldn't be requesting from you?
Right.
Have you ever been alone in a room with him?" Yeah. All right. Now I understand, Mark. I'm glad I asked those questions.
Well, and
I am
I
too.
think there's a different element, right? Like a structure, right, or a protocol doesn't manifest anything, right? Like, oh, I want to talk about this. Well, is that a good thing to do, right? Like, maybe we should find a way to answer that question instead of figuring out what would like how to talk about things that people want to talk about. No, like what are the things and what are the ways to talk constructively? Like, it's it's one of the things that I see, right? And this goes back to my critique of Paul, right? Is like construct, right? Like it needs to lead somewhere. And
Right.
and it's okay to have a conversation sometimes, but like even the conversations here, right? Like everybody's like, oh, but I have this objection, or I have this objection. No, like make it lead somewhere. Like
My only
you
problem
can't-
with that is you're like telling Paul what he needs to do, and you don't.
No,
have
we're
to
not.
follow-
We're not. We're just saying he needs to take responsibility for what he's doing. That's a totally different statement. No one has ever said, Paul, you need to do X that I know of.
Just
I'm
said,
Maybe
pretty
they
sure
did
Jacob
privately to
has.
him.
said it
We're
needs
not
to
doing
build
that.
something.
Jacob Straight has told Paul what he needs to do.
Yeah, but
But you just
I'm
said
not.
that
I'm not
it needs
telling
to
him
build
what
something.
to do. Like
What does
I'm
Paul
not.
do
I'm
that
telling
he
him
doesn't
how to do.
take
Uh-oh.
responsibility for?
Okay, I
And
had to
just
jump in.
counting other people that are doing things.
Okay.
All right, now
Michael
I've put
sounds
words in
terrible.
Jacob's mouth, and he's going to come and correct the record, huh?
Yes. And just to be clear, I have never told Paul what to do. I have told Paul that he needs to take responsibility. And if he doesn't take responsibility, we need to move on. Because what is going on is that there obviously is a mob here. And there's nothing more dangerous than a leaderless mob. Nothing. And so somebody needs to be designated the leader. And we've gotten to such a pathetic state that people are suggesting I be the leader. And that is ridiculous and impossible. I'm not.
All right, I probably spoke out of turn, Jacob. Sorry about that.
No. That I mean, that's fine. But like, and so I am trying to set up an organization. And right now on Tuesday, I'm going to be talking to Josiah. I'm hoping he'll be the person who can be the focal point. But guess what? Josiah is a very young man, and I don't expect him to make decisions. I don't expect him to be the person who I do expect him to make decisions. I don't expect him to have all the knowledge necessary to make the decisions. That's why I'm setting up a board of directors, right? And the board of directors is going to be a group of people who are going to help support this man in trying to lead something. And I have to say, the one thing I get a lot of people saying is, oh, well, you're going to try to make him an overseer over us. And it's like, no, I'm not trying to make him an overseer. I'm trying to make him the servant of all. I am trying to make him be the one person that people can communicate to, go to and say, hey, Josiah, I have a problem with how that was done. And Josiah will be able to say, okay, I will take that under consideration. Thank you very much. You've been heard. Now go away.
So my only pushback, I guess, against that is whoever this Josiah is I don't know who he is. Everybody knows who Paul is. He has I just don't see any way you're gonna force a leader onto people. You can't force a leader.
I don't want to force a leader onto anyone. I would never force a leader onto anyone, and that's not the point. In fact, and I keep on making the analogy, the referees that do their job, you will never know their name. If a referee is doing his job, you will never know his name. The same thing generally goes for good judges. The judges whose names you've heard, unless they're on the Supreme Court, which is something different, you've never heard their name. Why? Because they rule precisely how everybody would expect, and they don't become famous. That's what a good referee, someone who gives structure, and that's why we talk about the shadow matriarchy. It is a feminine role. It's a very feminine role, but it's ultimately, when you have an organization this big, and it's a huge organization, where we are going to need someone with some masculine capacity to
enforce boundaries.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I guess. So more than Paul not taking responsibility, is it more has this come up more because of Joey stepping away as moderator? Do you think?
That's a small part of it. I think when Joey stepped away, I actually think our community was attacked. Other people think that I'm assigning too much agency to that. They don't think our community was actually attacked. I think we were. But in either case, how the event in Germany took place was not how it should have taken place. And what happened afterwards what is not is not how I would have liked to see things handled. And the problem was, when we went to Paul to say, hey, Paul, things have been going wrong, Paul's response was, oh, it has nothing to do with me. I'm and it's like, really? Okay, if it has nothing to do with you, then I guess we're going to need somebody because once again, I can't change Paul. I am not going to try to change Paul. I thought Paul would step up and be responsible when it became obvious that he needed to. I am disappointed in Paul, and I've said that to him many times to his face. But he doesn't want to be a director. He doesn't want to fulfill that role, and that's his choice. He's a Protestant, so I can't go to his bishop and complain. But when it comes down to it, yes, Paul, we're talking about you. You're welcome to come on. But when it comes down
somehow
to
I'm defending you, Paul. I don't know how it happened.
If he's not going to take responsibility for I refuse to be a part of a mob. Somebody has to be the leader. And if it came down to it, I mean, if supposedly I took the Josiah role, of course it wouldn't work. It would not work because I'm not a representative. I cannot represent this community.
Well, I mean, if you think about it, Jacob, it's one of those things where it's Paul never asked you never really asked for any of this. And now you've started your Just Chatting channel, and it kind of has turned into a its own orbit, you know? Maybe, I don't know. Like, you do have a pretty big leadership role in this corner.
I do. And frankly, you know, if I wanted it to stay small, so this is, this is a super saturated situation. We have lots and lots of people looking for leadership. That's why Paul, with his little channel, gets thousands of people, is because there's lots and lots of people looking for leadership. And to the point where I feel sorry for anybody who's looking towards me for leadership. Wrong person, but people are looking towards me for leadership, which is why I would like somebody like Josiah. Eamon said no. If Michael Sartori is next on the list, if Josiah doesn't work, but
why are you assuming people are looking for leadership?
Because they are.
They say they are. They're explicit about it.
It's not assumed. It's not an assumption. It's just a fact, and anybody who denies it is just lying to themselves.
You can look at the text channels on BOM. Like, it's definitely there.
Yeah, I mean, there are plenty of people who are lying to themselves. I would say Paul Vanderklay being number one.
But Paul, okay. So the problem is that the Bridges of Meaning Discord server that Paul's not really involved with is a place where people like to watch his videos and they need leadership, but they're not interacting with him. They're interacting with a thing where he is not.
None of that is true, Michael. Like, he used to come on and do Q&As every Friday. He used to drop into that Discord server all the time and just talk to people. He used to do live streams. I've done the live streams with him. So, like, I understand your fantasy idea, but that didn't happen. Something did happen, though, and there were people on there having long discussions about the lack of leadership, and then saying, no, we have these shadow leaders, which is fine, right? Where nobody knows them, and they haven't dropped into BOM, and maybe they've been on some of the other servers. All of this is fine. Like, nobody's criticizing any of that. But certain things did happen. Denying that they happened is not going to help, because there are people out there asking for leadership, saying we want to know what to do, we want to know how to do it, we want stuff to do, right? And mere protocols aren't enough for us. And for the ones that it is enough for, they're going to do estuary. That's awesome. Good, go do that. I don't want to change estuary. Go do that. That's fine. Right? No one is trying to change anything that anyone else is doing. I don't know why we have to keep saying this to people. But there is a gap. People are asking for something, and we're trying to fill the gap.
I think for the billionth time, I am not appointing a leader. I am trying to find someone that all of us, the people who want not to be part of a mob, want to come, where I'm interviewing people who can possibly take that position. And then there's plenty of people who are looking for that person to support. This is the first thing I ever said to Eric Weinstein when I met him. I said, Eric, give us an opportunity to help. And he wasn't capable of doing that. In a very similar way as Paul is not capable of allowing us to help. There's lots and lots of people in this corner who are looking to help. And unfortunately, the people who can be leaders aren't willing to do it. Now, if you want me for your leader, God help you, you can contribute to my square, and you can come on my channel, and you can come to my Discord, because I made a vow to myself that I would enable, if people want to help me, I would enable people to help me. And guess what? These Just Chatting streams, they're happening because I am allowing other people to help me. There are lots and lots of people who want to help. And until we are able to gather that help from people, we're making a huge mistake and we're squandering resources.
So
Well
I think
said.
this is what that made me think of is, you know, a lot of people in Peugeot's corner, for example, that's kind of how I found Paul, is they were like, what do we do? Peugeot, lead us. What do we do? And he was like, well, go to church. And so some people were like, you know what? Screw it. I'm going to go to church. I'll even go to an Orthodox church because I didn't like my other one. And they can find a leader there that's like in real life. The problem is some of those leaders aren't as attractive, not like physically, but like, you know, attractive in how they communicate or just how they are, how they speak or whatever, than the guy on the screen. And so it's like, it's almost like this thing of like, well, what I have in real life isn't good enough. It's not, you know, it's not you, Paul. It's not you, Peugeot. And it's like, well, too bad. Like, that's the
gap. Right, and that's the gap. So what you're saying is we don't want more good leaders. We want fewer good leaders, and we don't care if the really good leaders who would be better leaders ever step up to the plate. And I'm saying, no, that's all unacceptable. It would be better to make more good leaders if we can, because there's a mob that needs to be channeled.
Look, the people who aren't going to their local church because their local priest or pastor or rabbi isn't the rock star that somebody on the internet is.
Right.
Paul is correct when he says that if they came to his church at his in Sacramento, they also would not keep coming.
Yeah, totally.
They would not, right? Partially because a human being you have to deal with. There are plenty of people who are willing to talk to me a lot while they're here, and they don't necessarily they wouldn't want to be my friend in real life for many reasons. I'm pretty intense person to deal with on a long-term basis.
No.
It's just true. But the fact is, we have something here online that's worthwhile and useful. What's that meme you want to put up, Father Eric?
Oh, I made this myself. I just want to say we have a Bridges of Meaning liturgy, and it's not happening.
Wow.
That was very good.
Also true. Well, and yeah, more than just that, but also true. Excellent meme. Well done.
Very well done. Yeah.
If it's only look, as long as it's regular, anything that's regular will work.
Well, it has to be more than just regular. 2.5 years meditation every morning. Just saying.
Yeah. Well, I want to redirect something as well. Like, do you think the church has all the resources that we have? No. Like a lot of churches don't even know the problem exists that we're talking about. So like, going to church while you should go and do that is not going to resolve all of these issues.
Well,
At least not in the time span that you wanted to.
I hope this doesn't come off like wrong or anything, but I will say I have noticed this pattern. You know, of course, Father Eric's in here, so it might sound different, but I have noticed that a lot of the people asking for more leadership, or like more good leaders, or like more embodiment of this little corner, are not Christians. They're not Christian. There feels like this divide of people that are like, it's good the way it is. We just, you know, I don't know what the whole fuss is, comes from like the Christian camp, not always. And then the people that aren't Christian are often saying, we need more. We should just build a Bridges of Meaning church, not literally, but you know what I'm saying. Like, there does kind of feel like that divide.
Yes, there is that divide, and that I think I understand why there is that divide, which is what is happening is BOM is stultifying into a church, into the exact same thing as any other online environment for people who go to church and they have everything they need, right? So part of the
Yeah.
people who are gathering on my Discord server are Noahides who have no synagogue, right?
Mhm.
And what BOM used to be is a place for the atheists and the people who were just getting into. And for some of those people, hopefully even a majority of those people, you can, it is possible to just go to your local church and make it work. And that's beautiful and that's nice. But what I would like is for there to be something for everybody else. And so, yeah, if you are a mainstream, especially if you're a Catholic, right? Look, there will be a Catholic church near you. There
Unless
is
you're
no
in Saudi
question there
Arabia.
is- What?
Unless you're in Saudi Arabia.
Okay, fine, but we don't have a lot of people from Saudi Arabia. There are plenty of Noahides who there is no synagogue within 500 miles of them, and if they were to show up at the synagogue, the rabbi would have no idea what to do with them. That's a completely different situation to be in. And the same is true for a lot of atheists and a lot of the wild Protestants. And so, yeah, if you can fit into, for example, what I told Antonio is, what I told Antonio is, hey, try Islam first. He tried Islam, didn't work. I told him, try Unitarian Christianity. He tried that. It didn't work. And so now he's the only Noahide within 500 miles of himself. That's a difficult place to be, but online, there are Noahides. And so, yeah, you are absolutely right. The people who are demanding a structure are the people who can't go to their local Catholic church. But guess what? This little corner of the internet was not really built around the people. And there's a reason why we only have one Father Eric, even though I'm trying to recruit other Catholic priests as well. But this little corner and Bridges of Meaning provides a space for the misfits. And I want us to continue to do that.
Right. It's filling a need, much like Jordan Peterson filled a need. And again, we don't understand that need fully. That's part of what the distributed cognition of this little corner is. It's trying to work that out. But to deny the need and say you can all just go to church is nonsense. The churches were always there, right? So that can't be true, right? So the question is, how do we get them whatever's in the gap that Paul van der Kley talked about, right? This isn't a secret. I'm not, he said the word gap, right? It's in his video. How do we fill that gap with a structure that can lead people to better whatever? Like, again, we've got a lot of questions on both ends. I'm sure all the Christians want it to lead to church, but I don't think it has to. But that's not relevant. It just needs to lead out. It needs to be that bridge that Joey talked about, where it leads from wherever Peterson's leaving them off and gets people that maybe Peterson doesn't reach to wherever they need to go. I don't care where that is.
So Paul van der Kley insists on dominating this conversation, but not joining it. I'll share with Jacob my rule I have on my church. He who does decides. What I would like, then go and do it. And look, this is a very Protestant way of doing things. Unfortunately, being Protestant works very well for conquering new territory. It does not mature very well, which is why every society that's mature is no longer Protestant.
I like that framing. I think that's one of your better pieces of work, Jacob, for sure. And I appreciate the way you do that, because I think it's very poignant and relevant and worth taking very seriously.
Except for England.
England's Protestantism. So this is the thing. It's not very. The Anglican Communion is not very Protestant. It's
Yeah,
actually.
that's fair.
I mean, it's very close. It's high church. They have their bishops and primates, and so it's certainly not the type of Protestant that we have here in the United States, where we pretend like there's no leaders.
Yeah, that's fair. But I am glad that you, like, I've just been noticing that divide, and not that I have like a certain judgment about it, but I've just been surprised that that divide hasn't come up more in like these conversations, I guess.
Oh, people tend to bring it up, but mostly because they're trying to. They already believe Bridges of Meaning is a Christian. The people who tend to bring that up is are people who already think Bridges of Meaning is a Christian environment, and it's good enough, and they see all these people they would rather not see on Bridges of Meaning anyway. There are multiple reasons why I left Bridges of Meaning, but part of it was there has been kind of a decision that now it is a Christian server, and if it's a Christian server, I'm not welcome there.
I would say you're welcome, but
Well, so I want to
Ethan
talk
asked
about
a good
these
question.
people protesting
Father Eric.
what we're talking about, like, because like that's the problem I find with the attitude of people, right? Like, it's like, if you don't like it, shut up and go away. Like, I don't understand why you need to object all the time and like complain about what other people are saying if they're not involving you as an individual. Like, I just don't understand it. Like what is the thing that you're protecting? And then, well, if you are protecting something, maybe you should bear responsibility for it. Like,
Ethan asks a very good question. What countries have matured out of Protestantism? I actually think the United States is a good example of it. But I think you see it in Australia. I think you see it, frankly. I mean, in pretty much all the. So first of all, Protestantism isn't that old, but generally the emptying out of the main line and the death of Quakers as a real force, that's countries maturing out of Protestantism in general. Yeah. And even the rise of the LDS, I would say, is the United States maturing out of Protestantism. You know, with the LDS, like if you go to the wrong ward, they will tell you to go to your own ward, which is really interesting for a Protestant place, but they do it.
Yeah, structure asserts itself into the chaos, right? Because hierarchy is inevitable, and the question is, are you directing that structure towards the good or not, right? And just letting people do what they want to do because they decide to do it is not directing it towards the good, and that's the problem.
Okay.
yeah, and also, like, I think part of leadership is directing attention and resources, right? Like, we were talking about having a bunch of people here, right? And there's a lot of potential. We were talking about having a bunch of people here, right? And there's a lot of potential.
Turn off your YouTube, Paul.
See, this is what I'm talking about.
Better be attention, Paul. Good job.
So there's a bunch of attention, and a bunch of attention can manifest something, or it can run in circles. And like, we had this prayer in church actually about, like, let me stop running in circles. And There's an individual running in circles, but there's also groups running in circles.
Okay. Now, if I work 55 hours a week, what percentage of that should I devote to Living Stones?
I don't know. Like, you should know that.
That's the job of the leader, Paul, to figure that out.
Yeah, we're not. I am not here telling you what to do.
That's exactly what you're telling me.
No, we're not. Who told you to do something? I don't get where is this coming from, and what was said.
Okay. If what I'm hearing is I'm not telling you guys what to do, so I'm going to tell you what to do. Keep doing what you're doing because you're doing it well.
Nobody said you what to do, Paul. Like, I said how to do, which I think I've done the furthest out of us here, at least today.
See, I this leadership thing just baffles me.
Yeah, we know. I've got a video coming out on leadership, on navigating patterns for you, Paul. I will email you the link when it comes out, just so that you have it.
And I'm going to talk with Cassie about evil, and I'm going to draw leadership into that conversation for you explicitly, Paul. Like, holy cow! Like, if Peugeot talked about this, right, with these what were they called?
You're still echoing, Paul.
Yeah. What was the strange word that everybody talked about? What that was just spirit, Mark?
Egregore.
Egregores, yeah. Like, egregores are like hatless, whatever, right? Like, and if you have the hatless thing, it's gonna manifest things, right? And then nobody can take responsibility for what it manifests, and then strange things happen. And like, you just don't want that. Like, that's not a good thing in the world. And that's effectively the point that we're making.
Paul Vanderklay, conjurer of egregores confirmed.
I really don't know what to tell you guys.
I know.
We don't need you to tell us anything, Paul. I
don't understand why you're spending so much time talking about this.
Because we're trying to build something and everyone's going, no, don't build anything. We don't want anything to be built and nobody needs it and nobody asked for it. Stop telling Paul what to do. And we're like, we're just trying to build something. If you don't want to be involved, go away. That's fine. Like, then we're not for you. And so, yeah, we're not keeping talking about it. Everybody else keeps saying, stop trying to build something because you're telling everybody else what to do, even though that's not actually happening at all. I keep asking them, who told who to do what? And they always have no answer. And the reason why they have no answer is because that didn't happen. It's that simple.
But here's the question. I don't know what you're trying to build, and I'm not sure you know.
No, I gave a whole thing that what I wanted to build. Like, I laid it all out.
Then build it.
Well, I made a server and like I started things and like nobody wants to participate. They're all
here, and you know, I can pull up a list of church planters that said I planted a church and nobody came.
Right.
This is the challenge of developing anything.
I agree.
So
I agree, but then I need to take a leadership position, and I don't want to.
Manuel. Okay. The thing is that when you want to build a cathedral, you need a plan and you need to gather people together before you actually plant something. And frankly, I thought that's what you were doing, but when it came down to it and things started going, you started saying, oh, I'm not the leader. Well, if you're not the leader, somebody needs to be the leader.
Do you see the valid point about the danger of gathering a mob? Like, I like the way Jacob puts that, because I think that's an interesting framing.
Yeah,
for it.
I would not want to be at the head of a mob.
You
Because
are.
the truth is there's something at the head of the mob, and it isn't the
You're
leader.
not at the head of the mob. That's the problem. Like, look, it's weird to me, Paul, because you actually said in the video about this whole issue, you saw a gap in leadership from Peterson, and you wanted to fill that gap.
Yes.
And in that same video, you said, I don't want to be a leader. Okay, but if the gap is in leadership, then the thing that needs to fill the gap is leadership, right? And so it's weird to me that you see the problem when it's Peterson, but when it's you, you're not seeing the problem at all. That's very strange, and it's fine. Like I'm
That's probably a fair point. And it was good watching. It was good watching Chad's video on that, because I saw Peterson dealing with that in some ways. But where I differed with Peterson on this, perhaps, and I don't know if the comparison is fair because there's questions of scale. I decided to spend more time listening to stories, introducing people to the community. And the community, that's a really nebulous thing. And part of the reason is because there is 95% consider themselves in one way or another partaking in this, have never and never will go to Bridges of Meaning.
What happened to we lost Paul.
Where did he go?
He'll be back. I don't know.
Well, and I think that's when we continually sort of cast this as just Bridges of Meaning, it's a problem, because that's kind of the whole point.
Yeah. So you've got some Bridges of Meaning over here. You've got some estuary here. You have some comment stream here. You've got some people who randomly stop by Living Stones. You've got people that just send me emails. And this isn't you, Mark, by the way, but you've got some people that send me a lot of emails, and it's not you. You don't send me a lot of emails.
I know, on purpose.
I've got people that are in the direct messaging on Twitter. And now it would be, and I can totally understand the idea of saying, I'm going to wall this off, and I'm going to have an institution to have walls around me so that I can filter who's coming at me.
No. So walls around you would be a horrible idea, and I don't think anybody proposed that. You allowing people to help you, people who you feel are competent to do things like maybe weed through your and maybe we need to hire you a secretary. That's fine. But in order to amplify your ability to actually do more things than you individually are able to, there's going to have to be some sort of structure, Paul.
That's what structure does. It takes time, energy, and attention and allows it to focus and allows people within the structure to specialize, maybe not at the thing they're best at, but to specialize at something to make the overall structure more efficient.
Yeah.
And it's true. It's definitely true that once you start having structure, that structure starts distancing you from people. And there are many, many ways in which you can try to avoid that, including continuing your randos, there are many, many ways in which you can try to leave that door open. And I think you should. There's nothing wrong with that. But right now you are being walled off by the fact that 20,000 people want your attention.
And also, right, like I think part of it is that all these things, right, like these arenas, they're not under one banner, right? So if you start putting things under a banner, then that changes it, right? Like, oh, like everybody go to this website and that's the contact form, and like I'm only gonna respond to the contact form. Like there's a way to organize these things where it's not so much cutting people out, right? Because I agree, things shouldn't all be going to the Discord, right? But I think the Discord has certain functionality, and there's certain things that it's good at, which is people coming in at a point where they want to come in because they need to talk, and that should fulfill that role. And like there's many other platforms, right? Like a forum, for example, that can capture people in their need, but those things need to be there, and there's people that need to connect these things with each other, right? Like to tell people on the forum, like, oh, there's this person on Discord, maybe talk to them, right? Like so having these specific people which have knowledge about the other aspects of what's going on, and have them connect them, like that's where a lot of value can be gained, right? Like when people come in on the Discord, like we should have a ways to say, well, okay, like you're coming in with this problem, go talk to this person. Like that functionality should be there, and like that's the stuff that I want to happen.
That I would say, start a Discord and make it happen, or devote yourself to Bridges of Meaning or Awakening from the Meaning Crisis and make it happen.
Paul, ultimately, you are the one who is guiding people's attention. And yes, I am trying to make it happen in different ways because you leave me no choice. But don't pretend like you aren't the kingmaker, because you are.
Richard, let's hear from Richard. Richard gets a chance to see other aspects of my life. As he noted, he sees more of me on email now than he does on YouTube. Am I the kingmaker?
In a sense, yes.
How am I a kingmaker?
Well, I think you are the main, not pillar, the main. You know, I don't want to use vine because I don't want to bring in the Jesus parable, but in this little corner, you have the most viewers. And so, because of that, you're able to point to other places and refer people to other places. So, Paul, you are the only reason that I have watched Grimm and Jacob and Karen and Sevilla and all of these other people, because you do have a larger audience to delegate. Now, that isn't necessarily kingmaker, but that's simply having more power to delegate attention, I guess. And that's a function of, well, you know, it's a function of you happening to make a video about you being a pastor who likes Jordan Peterson. It's simply by happenstance, but the position you're in has qualities that have to be acknowledged.
I think you said it very well. I think my function in this little corner is and always has been to help to elevate other voices, to knit those voices together, and to create ecosystem space so that new people can come up and do things. And that is why, and I think actually Mark's gonna trigger Mark on this, to centralize is counterproductive to my goal, because I cannot pay attention to all of you because there are too many of you. And so what I want you to do is pay attention to each other. This is what pastors do. We do sermons, we do teaching, we do a bunch of these other things too. But the main thing pastors help do is weave people together into productive communities where the kinds of personal transformations can happen. That is, to the best of my understanding, my function in this little corner. Vervaeke has a different function. Pageau has a different function. This is my contribution. And that's why I say, number one, I don't have a problem with leaving leadership vacuums to get particular people frustrated enough to not wait for me and to go and try something that I wouldn't know whether it would be successful or not, but after they try it, it is. And so that's why I keep saying, I feel myself more successful than I should be by virtue of, in some ways, your frustration. I want to have Mark make videos on leadership, whether or not he convinces me. I want to have Manuel pay attention to people coming into Discords and have a heart for their transformation. I want all of this to happen, and it's happening. I want to elevate Grim because he can have people who used to watch me and now watch more Grim than me. I want to elevate Chad. I want to elevate Mark. I want to elevate Michael. I want to elevate all of you to be leaders, Jethro, to be leaders of 10s and 50s and 100s and 1000s. And to look at the Peterson that has now 6 million subs, to draw some of them off and help them find ways into niches and ecosystems. And if you look at what I've been involved with, it's been encouraging Bridges of Meaning to start, but I said right from the start, it's not my baby. Encouraging estuaries to start, but you got to run your own estuary. You want to have an estuary hub and host meetings? Great, go for it. I talk to Vendonk every week or so about his little project that he's working on down there in terms of this event. This is the function that I am doing all the time while also trying to be a pastor of this church. And I've got an email in front of me where I got to deal with denominational matters. And so this is the type of leadership I'm doing. Now, if you want to start a thing that has a structure and a leader and a goal, very much management by objective, I would say you go to it. But I would also say that I have watched and participated in this in church settings many times. But what you said earlier, Jacob, about your Noahide not finding a church, watch the what do you mean guy talking to Michaela Peterson about a quarter of the way into it when they talk about their experience of going into church. And church is a mess. I get it. Synagogues are a mess. Lots of things are a mess. My function here is hopefully to help more people find Mark and Manuel and Jacob that will help them. And I could never, when I look at, so I was listening to the beginning of this live stream where Father Eric was talking to Chezi, and Father Eric was saying, Jacob and Chezi and Joseph, they're all in different places. And I listened to that, wow, this is great learning. Chezi is really adding to it. And the dynamics between Jacob and Joseph and Chezi, I'm learning so much from them. And they all have this relationship. They have relationships with Father Eric. The thing I want to see is exactly what I'm seeing. Now, I know y'all are frustrated because you want to see other things. And my word to you is, if you want to see something, go see if you can build it. That's just like Peterson. And that's where I'm at.
And okay, and frankly, I mean, there's a reason why I keep on telling people that you're fired and we're moving on, because you do a lot of great work. I still support you, and I think there is an opportunity here for something that is a lot bigger than what you want to deal with. And that's fine. But there is something here that I think is a lot bigger. And frankly, the structure that you're talking about, which works in the places where it works, is not going to build the cathedral I want to see.
Okay. And it may happen that at some point I transition and that's what happens. Because, I'll tell you, when Roger's talking about putting in a parking lot, part of me's thinking, is it because, so the walkers glide better on their way into church? Because in some ways building a parking lot here is like an act of faith, but the people want to do it, and okay, I'm there for them, and I'm pastor of this church, and I'm going to do it. It might be that at some point, we're going to build something. Jacob, when you gave me this vision at the Outback Steakhouse, I thought you were nuts. You know what? You're still nuts, but you are right in some ways. And if I had been your leader, I would have said, don't do it. But because I'm not your leader, and because you're frustrated with me and sick of tired of waiting, and you did it yourself, you proved me wrong. I want to see this happen 100 times. Oh, look who else is here.
The mystic himself.
I want to see this happen. You better throw those dice, because I'm going to do some mind control here, Grizz. I want to see this 100 times. I want to see you guys start stuff. And just I want to see somebody who's a small fry now someday do something so massive, and that Paul Vanderklay is completely forgotten. Because
well, at least if I do it, you're not going to be forgotten.
You will never be forgotten, Paul. Never.
I may not be forgotten by you all, but the way that history works is that a lot of people do a lot of things and they're never remembered. God knows I'm a Christian, I believe in that. So I'll get my reward in heaven. But my goal is to help all of you whoosh to the degree that I can. That's my goal.
I'm a Jew, and we believe in saying things Lashom Omro. So no, you're as long as I'm involved, you're always going to have your place here. But I am talking to Josiah on Tuesday, so we'll see if he wants to be the new Paul Vanderklay or not.
I want someone to be a bigger, better Paul Vanderklay. I want someone to go out and achieve your dream, Joseph. And I have one of the things that I learned very early on is that people, regular people, ordinary people like me, are so often bottlenecks. And I don't want to bottleneck any of you.
You're so diplomatic, Paul. You weirdos go do your weird stuff. I'm going to keep doing what works over here.
I got to know what the 20 was, Grizz.
The 20 was wisdom today. Survivalists with an 8. Socialists and hard folks a 4. The wisdom are immune, but everybody else is going to be a sucker for this stuff. And when can I make my pilgrimage to Living Stones? Because that's the next step I see. If you build it, they will come. We have the parking lot. So we're building this parking lot for us to come park at. And I think a pilgrimage is the next step.
I slept in the parking lot first. I have to say.
It's already happening.
Okay, so we'll
Jacob slept here.
And then I'm going to
need that side
of the Lord. I can jump a fence.
You need that space cordoned off for all time. Jacob slept here.
Like, if I could get some care of these cats, and like the gas money. I would be on my way to have drugs and sex at the foundation of the Lord right now.
No. This is why you can't be left to your own devices,
If
sir.
you saw, I mean, drugs and sex might sound sexy, but I'll tell you,
If the
most of
drugs
it
are good
happening
enough,
here,
no.
not sexy.
I think pilgrimages are in order. I really do.
People do make pilgrimages here, and
You got one of those tubs? Can you dunk people?
I can
made-
baptize you in my backyard. I'll
I made
baptize
one
Rick
the
in my
other
backyard
day.
if he ever agrees.
I
day
saw
was my
a
pilgrimage.
baptismal font. He couldn't even baptize a baby in there.
No, I'll do it in the pool in my backyard. I'll do it in the hot tub. We'll even heat the water.
I don't know how you
See-
guys call that a baptism.
See, I was ready for the pilgrimage already, and now there's a hot tub time machine. So, I just wanted to make sure they weren't beating up too bad on you, Pastor Paul. You're holding your own.
Thanks, Grizz. I really appreciate it. And again, what impresses me is all of you are more than me. Now, I got my disagreements with a bunch of you, but Jacob, you've colonized me. I mean, you can see it in my Sunday school and my sermon. You have wheedled your way into my head. I got no savings throws for Jacob. Mark, you've got Mark and Manuel. You two have so much theory up there that and sometimes I get a glimpse of it, and I think, wow, Mark, your video on story, narrative, and archetype, that was really helpful. That was really good. And you guys have so much. And Grizz is a genius. And when you told for Vakey to choose, I hit the floor. And what I see happening here is so much and so beautiful. And it's far more than ever I could ever ask or imagine. And I know there's critics behind me saying, but I don't really care about those critics. But I'm very happy with the result. Could it be more? Yeah. And God will give the increase in God's own time, in his own way. And I am not going to force it.
And that's the proper way to lead Christian people.
Okay, so we have a clue on who this TLC on-ramp guy is, and sounds like he's a Jesus take the wheel type guy, so not rejected.
Jacob, you believe in providence. That was one of the things that impressed me right away. You are such a providential guy.
Yes, I believe in providence, which is why I believe that the Messiah could come in my lifetime, I hope. And so I think much bigger than a lot of people around here seem to. I actually believe in the coming of the Messiah. I look forward to the apocalypse. I'm trying to make the apocalypse happen.
Speaking
Yeah, but
of
you have to do it.
happening, you see that
It's
comment
not.
from Phlebas, guys? Somebody grab that comment from Phlebas.
I didn't like it, but okay.
Let me see it.
This little corner needs something embodied and traditional.
All right.
Now,
who's first?
Aren't they making those now?
They
Oh,
are.
they are.
And they're not embodied, and they're not traditional. They're an invention of Christianity. God have mercy on their souls.
Wow. See, this is the beautiful thing about this little corner is we still talk to Jacob. That is the beautiful thing.
So say we all.
It's right there.
Paul,
a lot of
Paul.
people tell me don't talk to Jacob. Some tell me don't talk to Grizz. Just about everybody in that little column there, nobody's told me not to talk to Richard because he's a sweetheart. But A bunch of the rest of you.
Paul, you think about my parents like Jacob, so there you go.
Your parents liked me? I wasn't sure about that. I thought your father, towards the end of dinner, might. Well, he certainly didn't seem to like my friend so much.
No. He likes everybody deep down.
I have to go because I have a long email to read from another CRC pastor who really wants to talk to me about the big struggle in the CRC church now. Because you know what? June is coming again. And with June comes synod.
You're going to have to explain to them why penal substitutionary atonement is such a huge problem.
We are talking about that, Jacob. We're talking.
They're more concerned about the eunuchs, aren't they?
They're more concerned about the eunuchs. That's exactly
Bye,
right,
Paul.
Chris.
I'm going to. I have a patron.
All right.
See you, Chris. See you, Paul.
Navigating patterns. And Michael, Michael said that the other day. His channel's gotten not enough love from me. So go watch Michael's channel. Michael's a great guy, and he's got an awesome beard. You know, if you don't like your beard in white, you can watch it in brown.
Wait, he's also complaining about the leadership? No, I'm confused.
Like and subscribe, people. Grimm's channel has almost hit 1,000. I'm hoping one day to hit 1,000 too.
Oh, you will.
I have to say, please consider contributing because this StreamYard is getting kind of expensive.
Jacob, I thought you had some sugar daddy that was paying for this.
Yeah, me.
Oh, and Sam's talk with Nate, that was outstanding. What an awesome conversation.
Hope we weren't too hard on you.
No, you guys, you know, go ahead, complain about my leadership, complain about my treatment of Michael Servetus. So just go ahead and attack me if that's what you feel you need to do, because again, what I see happening in this little corner, I love it. And Nate and Sam talk, and you know, Nate doesn't get along with, you know, other people and
me.
Yeah, you. But he loves Grizz, and this is what I want. This is what I want to see. May I decrease and all of you flourish.
How about we all flourish?
How about we all flourish? That's okay. But no, I mean, look at Sam, look at Karen, look at what all of you have done.
We are pretty amazing.
Yes.
This is true.
Yes, it's really true. And I know we have these dreams of hockey stick YouTube algorithms. It isn't healthy. It's not healthy. What we have going on right now, truth be told, is healthy. Nobody paid attention to Jesus for the first 200 years in a lot of ways. But compared to John the Baptist, he had the right idea.
Compared to Paul, you guys still don't pay much attention to Jesus.
Oh, so anyway, I really do have to read this email, and I'd like to make a video today. I'd like to do some commentary work on Jordan Peterson's thing. And one day I'd really like to start the TLC Exodus seminar. That would be so much fun.
Yeah.
You know,
that would be really fun.
That would be so much fun. So,
are you going to have as cool of a background behind you? Some sort of flowing orby energy thing right behind Paul's, while we all sit around in a circle.
Paul.
All right. Okay. I will say this
Paul
here.
needs a green screen.
I've thought about that. That could be fun. Do the green screen and try and have Rick, because Rick would do it. You know, have him model the Daily Wire thing. And the thing is, we have to name all the chairs. So, of course, we have the Dennis Prager chair. And we're going to have the Hurwitz chair and the Peugeot chair.
Can we go jet skiing before we start?
I said that.
Yeah, I can probably organize that.
So okay, so I'll say this here. Ben Shapiro, hit me up if you want to see it happen.
We'll
wow.
talk to him about it, Paul. We'll get you plugged in.
Look who's taking leadership now.
Yeah, look at that.
I tried to get out, and you keep pulling me back in. Oh, I love you guys. You guys are a habit I can't seem to quit. So I got to get out of here. I got work I got to do.
It's a mutual habit.
All right.
Okay, so what are we talking about now?
Who else would like to defend Paul who doesn't want defense?
Did Paul
Please.
say that Ben Shapiro hit him up? Does that mean Ben Shapiro invited him to an interview? Or
No, he wants Ben Shapiro to hit him up.
Daily Wire.
He wants Ben Shapiro to hit him up.
He wants to hide behind the paywall. That's what he wants.
Yeah.
I actually could see a Daily Wire show with Paul Vanderklay. That would be pretty cool.
That would be cool.
We all love Paul. How many times can we say this? Okay, who? Sam, stop it. Okay, so what are we talking about? By the way, Sam, now that you're a famous politician, how are you going to deal with that at work?
Just not say anything.
Well, so actually, that's one of the things I would like to see, right? Like have people record what they learned and how they implement it, because like I think that's actually a value. Apart from all this silly talking about leadership that's not manifesting because nobody wants to participate.
Hold on. The leadership, I am working on a leadership structure behind the scenes, which is where you do this stuff. You don't make sausage in front of the customers, and I hope to be making an announcement within the next month or so, which will include a board of directors and a structure and a executive director and the types of projects we're going to go ahead on, which includes possibly a 24/7 channel and possibly other projects. But this type of stuff takes people, and people have been contacting me, and I've been having discussions with people I had never met before and I didn't even know existed. And there are a lot of resources out there. I think we can build this cathedral, and we just have to get rid of all the Protestants who want to meet in house churches and hate cathedrals.
Well, so that was my question, Jacob. If we're building a cathedral, what religion? What religion is it of?
So
it sounds like we're building a religion.
That's a very good question. There's a reason why I am talking to Josiah, who is a CRC pastor, because I think as a CRC pastor and as somebody who he can make people who are comfortable with Protestants be comfortable, while the board of directors is I don't want to make any announcements, but Michael Sartori and quite possibly a few other people, Chezi. I don't want to name names of people who don't necessarily want to be named, but until the time comes. But a representative board so that people feel that this is a structure that they can support. And yeah, it's actually like, yes, we are thinking about this stuff.
Yeah, so since you're thinking about it, can I ask you a couple questions about the structure? Coming from sort of a Protestant perspective, I guess. So what is your vision and what's your goal? I guess for this little corner of the internet, I'm curious.
Okay. So more than anything, I keep on saying, and I think this is the most important thing, a good structure is a structure nobody notices. And just like a good referee is a referee whose name nobody thinks about the referees of a good game, that the referees did a good job of. It's only when people have complaints that they recognize the structure. And the structure we are looking at right now is a board of directors made up of 6 married couples. And to be a member of the board of directors, you have to join as a couple, a married couple, male and female, and membership is going to be on the board is going to be contingent on being a married couple. And that is in order to be the poison pill against any sort of woke takeover, so that anybody who is in any ways worried about the woke application, the board is going to be voted on by the membership. We haven't decided on what exactly that's going to mean as far as who gets to be a member, but the membership application is going to ask if you're male or female, and those are the only 2 choices. And it's quite likely going to have something to say about the God of possibly the 5 books of Moses, God of Genesis, the book of Genesis, maybe the other books, but something hopefully that people who are signed on to this little corner generally can sign on to. Hopefully Christians, Muslims, Jews, and possibly non-theists and other ecumenists would be able to sign on to. But ultimately, for example, when I talk to Josiah, I want Josiah to be able to say, like the other Christian members of the board, I believe, do say, which is, I am a member of this organization because Jesus Christ is my Lord and Savior. While at the same time, I want Chezi to be able to say that I am a member of this board because I believe in the Torah of Moses and the 13 principles of Jewish faith. And hopefully, if we do get Muslim members, that they can say because they believe in Islam. Now, that's a very difficult thread to needle to thread, sorry. And it's going to take a lot of negotiations and behind the scenes, which, I'm trying to get a board of directors together, 6 couples who are going to be respected people that people will feel comfortable saying, okay, this person is going to, in fact, represent my values in this organization, with an executive director that everybody can at the very least live with, but hopefully feel that they can actually support and trust. And ultimately, this is about trust. This is about people being able to say, you know what, I'm going to write $100 check to this organization because I know that the board of directors and the executive director are going to make sure that that $100 is going to be spent in a way that makes this little corner a better place than it is today. And then hopefully people will be sending bigger than $100 checks. But at the very least, I want people to be able to give $5 a month and say, hey, I'm getting $5 a month out of this little corner. Let me contribute. And then to be a funnel for people to contribute more and more.
So better at doing what?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. But if you want people to spend money, like they need to know what.
Yes, I realize I'm going to have to. Yes, I realize we're going to have to be much more specific. But at this point, right now, I am trying to get 6 couples willing to serve on the board of directors who are also the types of people that others can reasonably trust, and to find an executive director who people can trust. And once I get those 13 people together, hopefully they will be able to agree to something specific enough. But hopefully the structure of 6 couples is strong enough that people, at least in our corner, frankly, it makes me comfortable that we're not going to end up being a woke organization. That's the reason why I thought of the structure, the board of directors, of being 6 couples. And 6 couples, ultimately, people who are married know how to compromise. That's a selection bias that I think is going to help make this be viable.
So I'm just trying to get a sense of what you guys are trying to build up. I get idea, an image of a cathedral, and sort of the parts of what it would look like, and the structure of the organization, all that part, and that's wonderful. But I'm more thinking about the
actual projects.
About the vision, the vision, right. Like the goal.
So one of the first projects is quite likely to be the 24-hour 24/7 channel, where it's going to be a channel that's going to be there 24/7. And what the content of it is, it might be mostly just chatting streams, but might include videos from Pajot and Vervaeke, and we might have several channels, in fact. But having a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week place where people can just tune into, oh, I have some time, let me see what's going on in the community at any time. That's one of the things. Michael Sartori has this brilliant idea, which frankly, just the fact that it works so well with Chezi being an architect in Jerusalem, of a trade school that is coupled with a Bible school that people can enroll in and learn a trade while also being formed ethically and as human beings to be leaders. That's something that I think is actually going to hopefully work. There are lots of people who talk about some sort of community. Maybe even if we end up, I don't know, some campground somewhere where we have a place for meetings or pilgrimages, or that's a possibility. Another thing is actually having these conventions and what Paul has been calling estuary hubs, but on a much grander scale than Paul has been thinking. I want conventions that are more like an actual convention. I mean, I don't know if you've been to a convention like Comic-Con or anime conventions or anything like that, or work conventions, but I've worked conventions, and I think they would be very healthy for us to have serious conventions. And call it consciousness and conscience con. That, but there's look. Ultimately, once you have the structure, then the board of directors can decide where, and we start having resources flow in, and we have a central location. We have an executive director who right now I'm asking for 10 hours a week, that executive director can in fact be kind of a lightning rod for people who have ideas, who have propositions, who have, to talk to that person. There's definitely a lot of resources in our community to do a lot of things. I know a lot of us are very interested in some sort of help with people who have substance abuse problems, right? Not as any sort of replacement for Alcoholics Anonymous or anything like that, but as some sort of adjunct. Maybe something to deal with the loneliness problem. But whatever we do, it needs to have a ready structure, right? That is willing to pool our resources that people can contribute to. And that's honestly, that is the point. The point is to allow people to contribute with their ideas, with their time, with their money, with their whatever the resources they have, and have a structure that all of us can trust will in fact have resources. And that's why you don't need to impose this on anyone. Once you have resources, there will be people beating down your door. And it's a matter of setting up the trust in the organization so that people will hopefully be sending checks on a regular basis.
Yeah. So Jacob, what's the aim though? Like, what is the telos of the thing?
So we are definitely going to have to come up with a mission statement, and even naming the organization is going to be a big part of that. But until I have my board of directors and an executive director, it's very hard to make that decision, because the executive director, it's going to have to be something that the executive director is wholeheartedly behind, and that everybody on the board of directors can sign on to. And if you're so specific that you're already not making it possible to get people in the room to negotiate, right? It's going to be around those 13 people, whoever those 13 people are. And I named 6 of them so far.
No, is this like the 13 tribes, Jacob? Is that what's going on here? Is this a little numerology? Are we doing Kabbalah magic?
Numerology involved here, yes, but you knew that.
Of course, that's why I called it out. I kind of remember some of the Kabbalah stuff I studied when I was very young. So
yes, the 13 attributes of mercy are big in my mind. Yes.
So how can people help you out with donations, like with a StreamYard thing, and
So there usually is a link here. I'll put the link in the description. There is a Square link. If I've never spoken to you before, there's a reason why the Square link asks you to schedule some sort of discussion with me. I want to talk to you if you're contributing, because ultimately, when it comes down to it, right now, yes, I am funding this, and frankly, I'm spending probably more money than I want to, but ultimately, once there is the structure, it's going to be a 501c3. We're going to have a bank account. We're going to have all the things, and I'm going to be asking for people to sign up at least at a $5 a month thing, but hopefully $50 a month. And then I'm going to be asking for large, and the executive director hopefully is going to ask, is going to be able to make a serious appeal. Right now, the money I'm taking is all going towards paying for StreamYard, and that that's fine. But when it comes down to it, the type of money we're talking to is not money I want anybody feeling comfortable giving me, because I want people to write $10,000 checks. It's not about Paul. It really isn't. I don't want momentum from Paul. I want Paul to be asking for money for his church. I sent Paul, God help me. It was a very difficult thing for me to start sending money to a Trinitarian church. It really was. But I send Paul money. I support Paul. But ultimately, we're building a cathedral, and Paul is too much of an iconoclast for a cathedral. He is.
Yeah, it would be nice to just get people to stop attacking a project that they say they don't even want to be a part of. That would be a wonderful first step.
Look, honestly, right now, the biggest help anybody can be is if you know someone who might make a good executive director, which would be an Orthodox Protestant, right? Sorry, not taking any applications from anybody who's not an Orthodox Protestant. Hopefully somebody with an MDiv, somebody who's a minister who has 10 hours a week, and can be a serious representation of this community. Please send them my way. If there are people who are married couples who as a couple want to be involved in this little corner, especially if they are willing to be public figures, who want to be on the board of directors, which, let's face it, if you're going to be on the board of directors, people are going to be expecting at least some of your money to be in there. So this is not a paid position. This is a paying position. So right now I am focused mostly on getting the board of directors and the executive director together. First of all, Father DeYoung is not a Protestant. He is a Christian, but he's not a Protestant. Second, Father DeYoung is way too busy. And third, he would, he doesn't fit the criteria for executive director, partially because, let's face it, we are dealing with a lot of Protestants, and this is going to have to be somebody who's Protestant. That's just the way it is. The executive director has to represent this community. And if you're going to represent a Christian, a Protestant community, which we mostly are, then you need to be able to speak Protestantish.
So yeah, I think we should respond to Chris a little bit. So, well, I have my personal vision, right? And I haven't heard anything that conflicts with that. I think it's good to start a central thing, right, where the essentials of the branches come together, because that's effectively what it's going to be, right? Like there's going to be people watching, and they're going to be converging the important stuff, and hopefully there's going to be shows and stuff that will distill the message from all of that. So like I definitely be up to participate in that. The other stuff is probably more American, at least as far as I hear it now. So like I'm yeah, whatever. That's, but I don't have anything with that. And like I do think that there's a side, right, like where there is a community that's going to form. I am going to assume that this community is going to be the community that's already here, right? Like all of these people that came in through Peterson and whatever, and they need more structure, right? More things to interact with and ways to point back into their lives. So yeah, like I think we should facilitate that, and like that's where I'm interested in participating.
Yeah, it's hard to know at this point because didn't get an answer on vision yet. And like, fair enough. Like Jacob said, we're gonna get the executive director and board on board first, and then we're gonna come up with vision. That's fine, right? So it's hard to say, right? Still doing what we're doing. 2.5+ years, daily meditation, right? Group practices on the server, right? And we're working on more stuff. Like we're working on more practices. We're working to get a better experience online going that's not just Discord, right? Those things are being worked on, and we continue to work on those things. And then when we figure out who has what else that wants to move in, that's fine. But the mission to help individual people that we've continued to do is still ongoing. Nothing has changed from our perspective because there's nothing to change into at this point because nobody's taking up that that leadership. And we've had 2 attempts that have been scuttled to move things forward. Like Meaning Community was one attempt, right? And that I had to take that website down, in fact. And that Discord server never got off the ground with the vision that we had because political reasons and people sabotaging, quite honestly. And the AftMC project, that pretty much built out of Vervaeke's live stream got scuttled by Tyler, so that's gone, and others, but primarily Tyler. So that got destroyed. And so anything we do beyond that is going to be a little bit more robust, and that's what we're working on. And how that fits into Jacob's vision, we don't know yet, right? But certainly that's there, and we're still doing it. And anybody that wants to help is welcome to come help if they know what they can contribute right now to helping people, getting practices out there, attracting people, getting people to engage in and not fight and make up stories and like battle to the death over things that don't need to be battled over because they're not under contention. So that continues to be what's going on in our corner.
And this is part of the reason why, frankly, I think it's a matter for me. I think the best thing to do is to get that board of directors together with the executive director. Once you have 13 people and they're going to be people familiar with this corner of the internet, people, like Chazi and Michael and I don't know how many of you know Josiah, but like once we have people that people can respect, I think at least some of that suspicion is going to fall. And second, it's not my personal vision, right? Notice I am not going to be on the board of directors, and I am not going to be the executive director. I'm hoping to help as much as I can, but ultimately it's not about my vision. I want to see our community have something we can agree on. And that's a question of relationships and trust and negotiation. And there's a lot of people who want me to write something down and then they can decide whether or not to subscribe to it. And that's not what I'm trying to do. I'm not trying to get subscriptions to my vision. I'm trying to negotiate a a structure that we as a community can feel comfortable saying represents us.
Yeah, and I think you're striving for something that can take action in the world, and yeah, and you need that, right? Like, and when you take action in the world, you'll receive eyeballs, and that's important.
Yeah, yeah. And frankly, I think once it is something that has some people around it, more and more people are going to want to be a part of it, but maybe not, right? And this is Paul's reticence, and this is why being a Protestant works really well with new territory. Is you try to encourage people to invest into things which they think are good ideas, and that keeps your powder dry. You don't actually guide the investments. And Paul's right. He thought when I told him about my Just Chatting stuff, which eventually became called Just Chatting, he thought I was crazy. Of course, he didn't realize that I'm a special type of crazy. But look, is it possible that all this effort that I'm putting into is going to absolutely fail? Of course it is. But if you don't risk anything, then you don't expect great rewards. And if you're going to be the servant who buries the talents, you're going to be the servant who buried the talents, and that's not who I want to be.
Well, I continue to support you, Jacob, and I'm probably going to do another live navigating live patterns later on tonight, just to.
We should do another thing tomorrow, Mark.
Yeah, we'll do something tomorrow too. Yeah, that'll be fun. But I'm off to dinner, so this is a lovely conversation. I hope that people who want to build something will participate, and those who don't should just go do something else. We're fine with it. We're not telling you not to do anything. We're just saying if you don't want in, don't come in. But don't come and complain about something that isn't even there to complain about, please, because it's not helpful. Right? We're trying to build something. So have a good night.
Yeah, I'm also out. See you guys.
So, Richard asks, you said Orthodox Protestant, you mean small o Orthodox. Yeah. It is funny that so many people in our little corner are Protestants who converted to Orthodoxy, but ultimately there has to be a comfort level with whoever is the executive director starting out. And if Josiah ends up becoming a Noahide, I'm not going to complain. But right now, he whoever the executive director is needs hopefully to be an lowercase o Orthodox minister.
I like the unknown Ed.
The unknown what?
Ed.
What do you mean?
Executive director.
Oh, well, he's not unknown. Hopefully he'll be Josiah.
Who's Josiah?
So Josiah, he goes to Paul's Estuary group. He is the minister of a church plant of Paul's. I can send you. So actually, why don't I put this in the?
What is he going to be the executive director of?
Good question. Not sure I know. But we'll figure it out.
I'm completely
So,
lost.
what'd you say?
I'm completely lost. I don't know what you're talking about.
So these are two videos of, and because I'm silly and didn't put a space, hello, Rabbi. That you're going to have to figure out those videos yourself. But those two videos are one of them is Josiah talking with Cal about Calvinism, and the other one is when Josiah filled in at Paul's church. And so Josiah is he's kind of involved in this corner, but he's also very busy. So we'll see if it works. But like, I'm looking for somebody who people can trust with their money.
What money?
The money we're going to ask people for.
Oh, we're asking people for money now?
Yes.
Oh, God. I'm out, dude. Later.
Okay. I have to take this phone call. It's all you. Okay, people, I still have to work. If anybody wants to jump on to the stream, you can. Chad, whatever. You know what? I think I'm gonna end the stream and probably start another one later today. I will talk to you guys later.